I'm going to call today's special meeting of the Yountville Town Council to order. It is Tuesday, January the 30th at 8 a.m. And with that, I am going to set a roll call. I will acknowledge that Councilmember Reeves, Councilmember McKee Kent, and Vice Mayor Trips are here. And I also have a letter from Councilmember Eric Knight. It says, please accept my request for an approved absence attending today's town council special meeting at the community center. Last Tuesday, Dr. Allen at SF Kaiser Permanente Cardiac Surgical Department performed a recommended elective surgery to do a surgical aortic valve replacement procedure. Thank you for your support and understanding. I returned home yesterday. I am feeling well and rested. I appreciate the support of the town manager as we have discussed this meeting today, and I will provide my input to him. I am taking my doctor's recommendation to take one day at a time. I will continue to communicate with Mayor Moeller, Town Manager Ralston, and Town Attorney Bell regarding my active or remote participation in future meetings. Respectfully, Eric Knight, Yountville Council Member. So with that, Council Member Knight is excused for today. Now, can we all stand and say the Pledge of Allegiance? We'll have a flag up right there.
Thank you, Hillary.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you, everyone. And now it's time to adopt today's agenda. Can I get a motion and a second if there are no suggested changes?
I move that we adopt today's agenda.
I second. So we have a motion by McKee Kent, a second by Reeves. All in favor, say aye. Aye. That passes unanimously. Thank you, everyone. And now it is time to take any public comment or anything that is not on today's agenda. Being none, I will close public comment and move on to our goal setting workshop. With that, I am now turning the meeting over to our town manager, and if could give us some introductory comments and introduce our consultant.
Yeah, thank you for everyone. I'm Brad Ralston, the town manager. So thanks to the public for coming, and obviously thanks for making the commitment from the council and staff. As you see at the table, we have 4 members of the council, and the mayor just explained why Councilmember Knight is not here today, but he has been talking to me, so I will, in certain points of the day, kind of insert his thoughts and kind of share his I guess desires as it relates to goal setting. So this meeting is intended to be the next step after the 3 study sessions that we started I think we did our first in September, October, I don't remember, but we had 3. The first one was on we did the red, green, blue dots, which was basically red represented safety, green represented sustainability, resilience, climate initiatives, and then the blue represented health. And then the second one was purely on housing. And then the final one was more generally on strategic planning. And so today, through a general full day goal setting, we'll dive deeper into those goals that we heard at that point, and we'll prepare for the upcoming budget season. We've already started with the budgeting, and Celia, our administrative services director, and I will spend some time just before lunch, kind of talking about the budgeting process, and then they'll provide an opportunity for the council and the community to consider goals and their relative priority as we look at all the work that we're doing, as well as we're also looking at the new initiatives. So the information from the sessions, the study sessions, will inform us in producing what will be our first biennial or 2-year budget. So our intent this year is to do a 2-year budget. And then we'll have more formal goals set for the next 2 years. However, I will tell you, the idea is that once we adopt a 2-year budget, that we'll go into a cycle where we'll alternate between goal setting, strategic planning years, and budgeting years. And so if we're able to adopt a 2-year budget this year, then after the election this coming year, it's always a new council, whether it's the same people or not. But I think we will then, in January, February, March of 2025, redo what we're doing right now, which is basically goal setting. Because it won't be a budgeting year, it'll be more of a goal setting or planning. And then we'll get into a cycle of alternating those things, which I think gives you the time that's needed to really kind of do what we're doing today. I have to thank, and I'll thank later also the whole staff, because I know as someone coming in new, sometimes with new ideas, it's hard because this is a well-oiled machine here in Yountville, and the staff definitely knows how to do their jobs and has done a great job, which is why the town is so great. But I think just the idea of adopting a 2-year budget and kind of getting into this new approach to goal setting takes a lot of work. So I want to acknowledge that. And I think with that, I will show you, works. So the agenda for today, which is basically outlined in the agenda that was posted. The only thing that was attached, which we will talk about, I think right after lunch, is the, what the vision statement is. But I'm doing the overall welcome, getting ready to introduce Jim. He'll go through ground rules and the visioning exercise that he's prepared. Then I will talk about the past study sessions and quickly kind of go through what was heard and what was discussed there. And then Jim will talk about how goal setting works, how it sort of relates to everything I just discussed in terms of budgeting and just running the city. And then we will break for lunch. Actually, we're going to do budget and staffing overview, which will be myself and all the department heads talking. Then we'll break for lunch. Then I'll come back and talk about the results from the community survey that was done in December and January. Kind of talk about how that relates into the strategic planning document that was posted as part of the agenda, which is this document. So we'll talk through that and our core values, and then we'll go into the goal setting exercise, which will in essence be, and I have 2 boards here that I'll put up, and then we'll pass out to the public what's on the board so you can look at it and know what it's saying. But that'll be the conversation which will lead to the prioritization, which is basically, if you've seen it before, it's something that's tried and true in government. It's placing stickers next to things that you prioritize. So that's how we'll end the day. We'll do some wrap up. And I think throughout the day, we'll take several breaks, both for bathroom breaks. We'll have our lunch break, but we'll also, through Jim's facilitation, take public comment. Obviously, this sort of follows more of our study session format that we talked about as we created our handbook. So more of a dialogue. This isn't going to be prepare a 3-minute speech and come up and say whatever you want to say for 3 minutes. This is going to be more through Jim, just facilitating a dialogue, a conversation between the council and staff. So with that, I'll introduce Jim Schutz. Jim was a great last minute substitution, because for those of you that attended the study sessions, we had hired Gene Bonander, who was a tenured and experienced city manager in many places, but unfortunately, due to health issues, we had to find a substitute. And Jim, I'll let Jim talk about Jim, but clearly has a ton of experience in city management, and it's been, we've only been working together 2 weeks, but I think I appreciate your organization and just your ability to step in, take over. He watched all the study sessions. He's up to speed on the stuff that we've done in the past. So I'm looking forward to how you facilitate the day, and I'll, with this, hand you over the baton, the ceremonial baton. Thank you. Thank you, everyone.
Great. Well, my name is Jim Schutz. I just want to say how much I appreciate being with you all here today. As Brad said, it hasn't been a very long time since I found out about working with you today. But I feel like I feel like I know almost everyone in the room already by watching those study sessions, listening to the public comment, looking at the website, looking at your council member handbook and all of those sorts of things. So I feel like I'm with friends here, and I love these kind of settings. The council chambers is a great place for kind of the regular projects coming through and council deliberating and making a decision. But I think these sorts of things, goal setting, is great to be in a little less formal, have more conversational kind of style. So I'm glad that we're here today, and I'm going to try to make sure that we hear from everyone. And if anyone that's a member of the public that it isn't hearing well enough from someone up here that's speaking, let me know and I can repeat things. So I really want to make sure that everyone feels like you're included and involved today. So a little bit about me. I was the city manager of the city of San Rafael, where I worked for almost 17 years. And I was the city manager for about the last 8 years. So I was there for the Great Recession, pandemic, and all sorts of interesting things in local government life. And I started off my career in 1989 in the city of Santa Barbara when I was going to UCSB. That's the Go Gaucho for San Diego. And so ever since 1989, except for a little bit of time in the Peace Corps, I've been working in local government in the U.S. So it's been over 30 years, and I've worked in small, medium, and large cities. And I think that's given me a good perspective. I've seen the immense amount of overlap. The largest city I worked in was the city of San Jose, where I was for 6 years. And the similarities between what goes on in a small city and a large city, it's all the same stuff. You're worried about the same sorts of things. You're looking at climate, safety, health, environment, housing, all of those things. So it's been really interesting going through these 30 plus years. And now I'm trying to take a little bit of a pivot and do more of these kinds of things and do some working with councils and working with executive teams and things like that. So I'm really happy to be here. Brad went through the agenda already. And so I'm not going to repeat that, except for to say that we're really trying to start off really big picture and then kind of work our way down this funnel through the day until we get to some goals at the end of the day. So we're starting with things like a visioning exercise that we're going to do in a minute, like really big picture. And then eventually we're going to end up with dots on these boards. So we'll go through the day kind of getting you ready for that. And some of the things that we're going to do in the morning part is just kind of background framework, kind of a good reminder, refresher for everyone of kind of here's how we do things in Yountville, and here's kind of our resources that we have, and here's how they filter down to what we'd like to be doing over the next year. I also just wanted to appreciate Jean Bonander and bring up her name, wishing her well. And I've known Jean for a long time when she was a city manager in Marin when I was there. So wishing her the best today, and just really thankful that she connected me with Brad and with all of you, because I feel like it's a really fascinating town. I obviously knew Yountville just like the rest of the world does before I came here. But getting to know it better through the last few weeks has been really interesting for me of just how well everything runs. And the council is great, the staff is great. I was blown away by the community survey responses. I was really impressed with those. That's not a group of community survey responses that I would have gotten in San Rafael or other places. Usually it's a lot more of, we need this, we're not getting that, we want something else. And these overall were very, very positive about the community. And you can tell that things are working well here. So it's also fun to work with this kind of group and in that environment where things are already working well, and you're trying to figure out how do we keep that going? What are our priorities now? What are our resources right now? And how do we want to tie that to what our goals are going to be over the next year? So I am passionate about this kind of work. I love local government work. I've been doing it forever, and I have no desire to stop doing it. And I think it's really fun. So I think of today as one of the fun days in local government, where you can kind of sit in a less formal environment and talk about what you'd like to be in the long term and what you'd like to do now in order to get there. And lastly, for the council, there's not that many opportunities like this for all the council members to get together and just be able to talk about stuff. It's actually pretty uncommon. And you go to the council meeting and there's all of these rules that you have to follow, and you're going through a set process to see your project. And it doesn't lend itself. There's also the timing on public comment and all of that kind of stuff. But there's not that many times then where the council can just kind of dream and talk about projects and think about things in a more relaxed and general setting. So today's a great opportunity to do that. I just want to make sure we take advantage of doing that today. We do have some ground rules that if anyone would like me to add anything or cross out anything, if I don't want to be respectful, I can change something there. But that's the list that we have right now. Be respectful, full participation. I wrote speak up and project. So we're trying to talk to the person who's furthest away from us in the room. Open-mindedness, think big. It's that kind of day when we're looking at goals. Be present, so trying to minimize phones or other distractions. Following the town council member handbook, which is just kind of a general statement that you always do. And then for the council, if you have a question, I understand you've done this before, where you flip your name card on the side, and I'll make sure that I'm seeing you. And generally, there's going to be, particularly in the morning, there's some more presentation kind of items. And after each one, we'll make sure we kind of stop, take any questions from the council or comments from the council. I'll make sure that I look to the community and see if there's questions or comments out there as well. And so there'll be kind of natural breaks as we go through the day where we stop and take the pulse of everyone and take comments. And then, as Brad mentioned, we do have some just regular breaks. Is everyone okay with this list?
One thing two things I'd like to add is, first of all, obviously we don't have microphones, so as you said, project. We are doing an audio recording, so we will have a record, but clearly we're not doing video either. So I just want everyone to be aware of that. And then what I meant to say, I forgot to say here in my highlighted remarks, is that we're not trying to leave today with a final set of goals. Okay, you're not going to be making any final decisions, and what we're looking for is not really. I mean, we're looking for specific direction, but we're really looking for guidance, right? Because ultimately, when we bring back the budget to you, which we'll talk about the timeline of the budget, this is where the decisions get made. So again, don't feel like we got to get everything down, defined into a perfect little thing where we're going to vote. We're not going to vote today. We're just trying to get guidance so we can bring a budget back. Okay.
Yeah, and it's a really key step in this process that leads you up to the budget. So today's a really important one. You're going to be seeing all of Brad's going to walk through, here's all the things that we've done, that we've been doing, that we have on our list to do, and some suggestions for the future. And you'll be able to weigh in on those things. The council and the community will be able to weigh in on those things. And then that just builds over time as you get closer to your budget bill. So any questions?
He did see mine.
I know.
I hope it's okay if we stand up during the proceedings, or just to stretch a little bit,
Make yourself comfortable.
Okay.
Absolutely.
in terms of ground rules. Thank you.
I say make yourself comfortable. There's restrooms through those back double doors. And there will be some planned breaks, but if you need to stretch or anything outside of those, that's great. So just starting off, we thought in the spirit of starting off really big picture, we thought we'd start with a visioning exercise. I love to look at what do we think, what do we want the town to look like in 10 years, 10 years out. I think it's great. In the time horizon of local government, we tend to be thinking in these 1-year cycles of the budget or 4-year term or something like that. And so we can get caught into some shorter term thinking from time to time. And I think it's really important to kind of look out 10 years and say, what are we trying to be? What are we going for? And then you could walk down and kind of, what are you doing now about it? So I just wanted to ask the council, what does Yountville look like in 10 years? What do you see when you walk through the town? What is there to do? What are people there for? How do you feel walking through town? Any of those sorts of things that, like, you're projected out 10 years from now. What do you want to see when you walk through the community? Does it look any different? Does it look exactly the same? Any thoughts? Maybe we could do this. Do you want to,
If
should
we
we
go
do
to-
the
maybe-
placards for this, however you?
However you
Maybe we can
Please. Yeah.
start with Councilmember Reed.
Yeah.
What do you think about that?
Anyway, so what I would like to see Yountville move towards is balance, a vibrancy for both business residents and guests, because we depend on guests finding it fun and interesting to be here. So I feel like business balance, residential balance, not too many second homes, some more full-time residents.
Yeah.
That kind of sort of real town.
Yeah.
Which Yountville has always struggled with that from the time I came in the 80s. It still was just a wide spot in the road. So being a town, it is always an aspirational goal. And so if we can encourage, maybe through art, maybe through home occupations, maybe through town sponsored business opportunities, then I think we might be able to achieve a more balanced community.
And this balance, when you're walking down the sidewalk, balance shows itself by the people that are there. There might be something related art going on. There's that kind of thing.
Right, that there aren't just tourists on the street,
Okay.
that there are residents on the street, and there's something for residents to partake in.
So 10 years out, I totally agree on balance. A great place to live and a great place. And I have kind of a perspective because when I bought my house years ago here, I made a very conscious decision. I was just charmed incredibly by the beauty of the community. Walk around, even though I didn't know anybody, it just seemed such a friendly community. So I'd like to keep all that. You know, this morning I walked from Kelly's down there with the dogs, and it's just beautiful. But I would also like to see in the broader picture more residents and more residents live here full time, and a diversity of residents, which would argue perhaps for some rental units, more rental units, more affordable housing, whether it's owned or rented, but a diversity, and I'm thinking more of economic diversity and social. More residents, that's what I'd like to see in 10 years, because I think that would give us a chance of more resident serving businesses and more of a sense of being more than just a place to visit, although we have an amazing community. And then more building I would really, really like to strive, because we're so small geographically, to use some real ingenuity, which we have a lot of really good architects and aesthetic community members, to somehow get some density, but keep it charming. So, because we have to have density, the town is 1 mile square, basically. Of the 372 towns in California, we're in the bottom 20 in terms of size. I think we might be in the bottom 10 in terms of size, physical. So that would be my vision 10 years from now.
I love the expression charming.
Charming density. I see it.
Because the word density can come loaded, right?
Right, exactly.
Lots of different feelings. So you're describing a particular kind of feel.
Yes.
Thank you. So along the lines of my peers here, vibrancy and balance and luxury continues to come up, and not only for our visitors, but also for our residents, no matter what their socioeconomic background is. And I am not sure how we strive for that, but in continuing to give residents and visitors alike a reason to want to be here, whether it's through a townwide concierge program that parks cars, for example, for visitors, but at the same time, make sure that our needs for residents are met, whether it's getting medicines. There's reasons that people want this to be their first home, and we can incentivize them somehow that it's not the second home where they go occasionally, it's where they want to be. So, I want to be, model society in the green elements that we all incorporate with water stations. And so people come here and they're blown away that we're enthusiastic about, being sustainable. And then they take a piece of that back within their heart and their daily actions. And that we do have things for everybody to do, and not just activations, but integrated, thoughtful activations. We've got the art around, we've got the food, we've got the wine. How can we bring it all together? Maybe it is a food and wine pairing tour with the art. So let's go 3D in our offerings and make them more robust.
I think it's fun on some of these to think about, particularly on the bigger picture concepts of like, what would that look like today? Do you have any thoughts on what that would look like today?
Well,
Be to
one is having, we don't have Yountville merchandise in town. So why not have a Yountville bottle that's made of not throwaway plastic, but I got this as a favor from a venture capital company. This is something that you scan and it shows how much water you drink, as well as how much plastic you're saving. So it's something that you take back, and you're integrating technology with conservation.
got the brand and they know where they got it.
And they get it here, so they've got the brand on it, but you also have water stations here. So we let Ranch Market sell these, for example, since we have very few places for people to purchase water in town. They get the buck for selling these while they're losing the economic value of selling the big jugs of water or single-use water plastics, but we have refillable stations. So that's just one way we give back while we're also getting back.
My first vision is that much like we are today, that we remain a safe community, and that nothing changes. We still feel like we can walk around at night. We're all very safe, and ideally, wildfires will be something that we just tell new people in town about, and it's a story that's in our past. And my other vision is that we own the Yountville Elementary School site. It has been fully developed. We have housing for the workers in our community, and that we have something new to offer in addition to our current small town charm. Brand new, another reason to come to Yountville, another new developed parcel that's going to be exciting for the community that we can only start to maybe envision now. But 10 years from now, it'll be something that's very vibrant and something that the community loves and enjoys and shares with us.
That's a great example of kind of this exercise linking to this future vision, and then that's going to show up later on the top. So great. So that's a great list. We are going to. Brad's going to talk a little bit about the 3 study sessions that took place, and just kind of a little refresher. Maybe some people weren't there. Kind of some key takeaways, and then we're going to take a little. Not a break, but we're going to pause for comments and additional thoughts, either on visioning or the study sessions at that point. Are there any kind of burning questions before we jump into that? Brad, you want to use the next one?
Are you working the clicker now?
Well,
Okay.
There you are.
There he is. Sidewalk judge. who I walk by every day, so I feel like I'm judged twice a day. But those of you that were here, I actually want to go back to before I got here, because I think it was January, February, when this group started working with ILG and started doing sort of three things at once. And I think part of that was strategic planning and goal setting. Part of that was, governance and what have you. And then really a lot of it was kind of getting into budgeting, because I think, you were sort of working three fronts, and those are all big fronts. So I listened to that. I'm going to talk about that a little bit later when we get into more of the goal discussion in terms of, what I heard from a goal setting point of view. But as you know, after we got here, we spent some time, we rolled up our sleeves, and we created the town council handbook. And so this was really sort of the first study session before study sessions even existed, because I think we started in the morning, as I recall. It was an early start, and we worked through the governance issues. And one of those was this desire to have what we ultimately called study sessions. And study sessions were, in essence, more informal meeting. I explained that the regular meetings that we have at 3:00 on first and third Tuesdays, those need to be formal for a lot of good reasons. Where public comment does need to be regulated, we do need to make sure we get through the agenda. And you have all sorts of items, public hearings, administrative consent, so on and so forth. So those meetings are formal for a reason. But then the idea of study sessions was, how do we have a more informal dialogue with the community so that we can hear everyone, we can all talk, it isn't 3 minutes at the mic, we can, just generally have more of a conversation. Now, easier said than done in the public sector, because we love to talk about the Brown Act. It's one of our ongoing themes. Every time you go to a meeting, or the attorney's not in the room, it's always Brown Act, Brown Act, Brown Act, which is sort of this open meeting law, which was created to to create transparency in government. Is the reality. I think the law in essence says that no more than a majority cannot meet without a formal notice where the agenda is posted, where the public knows that what's happening. You can meet individually, or you can meet as pairs. And so we do a lot of discussions through briefings and what have you. But as Jim mentioned earlier, it's a unique opportunity for you all to sit here in a public meeting that's noticed with the public, so we can talk about this openly. And so we created study sessions. We started them with this idea of, health, climate, and safety. We created this Venn diagram, and I think the obvious thing when you look at big picture subjects like those big three categories, there's a lot of overlap. So that's the Venn diagram. Like, we showed our heart in the middle, but there's a lot of questions, and I don't want to go through. I'll quickly go through what was said. I will tell the public and everyone that is interested, just like Jim, you can watch it on video. You can go through, and I think all three of them were about 2 hours. So we have gotten into, I think, a good rhythm where those start before the council meeting. So we start at 1:00. We pick a subject. We, as a staff, prepare as much as we can for what we've heard from the council and the community, and then we have a dialogue. So I do see this as an opportunity to continue. As things pop up, then we can talk about it, and I can say, well, this sounds like a good idea for a study session. So why don't we do that? And then rather than trying to squeeze it into, a broader agenda, then I think it meets the desire that I generally heard right when I got here, and truthfully, before I got here, because as I was interviewing for this position, I, like Jim, was listening to watching all the tapes, and I kind of felt like I got to know you too before I even got here. So again, I think this met the needs. And then as we talked through housing, one of the reasons housing is not a big topic when we get into goals is because we don't have a housing department or a housing authority. We actually contract with the city of Napa. Now, we need to have our own goals, don't get me wrong. And when we get into things like planning and building, then I think that's something where we can affect policy related to housing. But housing is a big subject. We spent 2 hours talking about it. For those that are interested, I encourage you to watch that. We will talk about it a little bit. But then I wanted to also, mention on budgeting in the 2-year cycle. And it just dawned on me, by the way, even though they're going to present later, I didn't take the time earlier to introduce the department heads, but I think everyone knows
who you are, but I'm just going to quickly, for the public that may not, Celia King is our Administrative Services Director, who oversees finance and HR, and then Irene Borba is our Planning and Building Director. John Ferns is both our City Engineer and our Public Works Director. Samantha Holland is our Park and Rec Director, and then Hillary Gady is our acting town clerk. Okay, and so again, they'll have 5 minutes of fame, we call it, where they get up and talk about what they do right before lunch. But I apologize for not introducing you earlier. So study sessions, safety. I think true. The mayor just pointed it out. I don't think there's probably, at least I've never seen a municipality where safety is the first. And I think I think that clearly statistics and all the data about Yountville shows that this is an incredibly safe community. And so maintaining that's critical. So you need to continue to make those investments, because whether it's the sheriff or the fire department or some of the stuff that the town does, those are sometimes things that are hard to see. But when you read the budget, that's where we invest most of our resources. And I think that needs to continue in order to maintain the safety level. So we talked about that, but I do think one of the themes that I hear, which is a great theme, is this idea of educate, inform, and communicate. Like, how do we get the word out, whether it's emergency preparedness or, things that the sheriff's doing. A lot of, the fire did a great job of emergency preparedness and working with Hillary and others to the workshops we did. So that's all kind of critical. But, as you get into investing in how do you look at the discretionary funds that might be available, a lot of it gets into, with a town that starts with, such high safety levels, you start to get into things like, how do you look at your roads in terms of having safer streets, for not only, of course, cars, but, bikes and peds are a huge part of this community. So I think there's always trade-offs to those decisions, but kind of have to start with the vision. And this is where John and his team can help me say, okay, what would it cost if we did this or that? So as these ideas emerge, you always have the resources front of mind. And then you get into the big idea of climate action, right? So climate action, is huge. We do have one of the few, I think maybe the only in the Napa Valley, certified climate action plans. So that was created in 2016. There's actually a process that I'll talk about later into the doing column, where the county, and we have two members, Council Member Reeves and Vice Mayor Tripp, are on the County Climate Action Committee. I think is the CCAC is it's called, and they're creating a CCAP, which is a county climate action plan. Once they're done with that process, we will revisit our local climate action plan, which is probably a year or two away. I know you're on the committee, but the good news is we have something, so we're at least starting with something versus like trying to come out of. And I think you get into the big three are always buildings, transportation, and then I think the what do they call the third one? Natural systems, or yes, and then you get into solid waste. All these subjects all sort of feed into kind of those priorities. And then carrot stick, like, okay, are we the enforcer, or are we the enhancer, or are we the motivator? And I think those are always questions depending on what the issue is. And then you get into the CIP, which is what John it manages through our team, where we look at projects, like what kind of projects are we funding? So all these things, and then little things, which hopefully you're seeing. I saw Jacob flying down Washington today in this golf cart, or we call it the gem car. I call it the golf cart, but it's the gem car, which is basically like a vehicle. And one of the really great things about Yountville is because we don't have the highway running through us, is the ability to use these types of vehicles. And you see the hotels are using them, and I know there's some residents that use them. And I think this is an opportunity for the future of Yountville to figure out how do we organize that, how do we make it safer, how do we make that part of the community, because we all know that's a big part of the issue. So finally, health. Health is always big. Truthfully, when you look at most of government, state federal, local, we all talk about health and safety codes. It's always health and safety, health and safety. But we spend a lot of resources on safety, and I think you're seeing communities now invest in health. And health is, we talked about a lot of things, but it's tricky. And there's this initiative going on, which probably most of you are aware of, which is called Blue Zones. Kind of headquartered in St. Helena, but we are working on becoming a certified Blue Zone employer or work site. And they're creating lots of, I think, good ideas, and there's resources there. So I think the good thing is that, with a small planning department, Irene has a mighty group of 4, including herself. We don't really have advanced planners. I mean, the planners are mainly dealing with current planning issues, which is processing permits. In bigger communities or bigger municipalities, you will have advanced planners, and that's all they're doing is kind of looking at what other future plans and things like complete streets and blue zone type stuff. So I think, I was pleasantly surprised with all the work they're doing. So we're going to try to take from that and present some ideas through that process so that the council has the opportunity to look at stuff that is not just, ideas, it's actually kind of concepts and maybe projects. And then finally, I talked about housing. There's a lot to this. You're not going to hear a lot about this today, but I do think we all know this is a big issue in the state and really, in the country and the planet of how do we design and build housing. So there's a lot to that. Here, I think we're really looking at these 3 things, which is how do we deal with our permitting and our fees. ADUs and JADUs is a big subject. And then we have a Measure S that is a workforce housing fund. These are funds that we have available. So how do we put those to good use? And then finally, in our last session, it was more of a big picture thing. So we kind of went through a lot of the big picture. I talked about, sort of guiding documents. And you can see those. And then obviously budgeting. And we'll start to talk a little today with Celia about fiscal policies. Kind of explain what the CIP is, but I think it's very important for the public to understand that there's basically 2 budgets, an operating budget and a capital budget. And those are really almost 2 separate things. But when you build something, you're going to have to maintain it. And so it does become part of your operating budget. So you have to be mindful of it. But at the same time, when you're talking about CIP, it's easier to, kind of look at it because it's a project. It has a beginning and an end. But on the operating side, for the most part, I don't know, I think 70, almost 80% of our general fund is for staffing, right? So whether that's police and fire contracts, or whether that's our town staff, it's people that provide services at the end of the day. So you always have to recognize that it's about the people. And you say, oh, I want this, I want that, and the other. And then I may say to you, okay, well, then we need 2 people in parks to do that. Like, these are things that are generally equated down to people. Not always. Sometimes you can get into being more efficient, or you can talk about different approaches. But I think that's important. And then regionally speaking, I think that, we know that there are regional issues that the town, being the heart of the valley, is involved with. And it's important to stay involved and, whether it's the county general plan, the Vets Home Master Plan, which is part of the town, but not in our, at least not under our operating jurisdictions and our land use jurisdictions. Those things get tricky when you look at what we actually can control versus what we can influence. So I think that does it for me. Is this where we're pausing for questions on anything?
Yeah, I just wanted to say, thanks, Brett. That the reason why we wanted to do that is because I think you're going to see a lot of those things on those slides going to show up in this later exercise as we talk about goals. So those study sessions were really time well spent as the council was talking about different issues. And then they're kind of moving through formalizing a little bit more from like early idea to showing up as a goal to get. So I just wanted to check in there and see if there are any questions for Brad starting. You lived all of those hours. You're familiar with those. Any community questions on this at this point? Okay. Great, thanks. All right, so the next thing we're gonna do is try to put the goal setting into a little bit more context of how it fits into the council's work overall. So starting with how do the goals relate to what else is going on in the city? So the starts kind of with the town council, and you're putting together these bigger picture, these goals. Because you're looking citywide or townwide and thinking about all the different things that need to happen and can be done in a given year. That really is going to trickle down into the town departmental goals. Because all those things have to live somewhere. And I think even in graph sheets, you'll see that the most recent incarnation of that form has like the departments that goals relate to. So they need to kind of become departmental goals. And then it's actually, there's going to be individual employees that are working on specific things, no matter what it is, of implementing that particular goal. So it becomes the foundation for budget decisions. And it really does come down to the individual employee. So sometimes employees, particularly newer employees, don't understand like what the council's going off and doing those goals. How does that relate to me? And it all kind of like filters down through from the council to the departments to the individual employee. And then the type of services that you're looking at this level tend to be kind of the special or new initiatives that you want to see for the next year that need a particular focus. You're typically in these kind of council goal setting sessions, not thinking about the routine things like park maintenance, filling potholes, new contract for responding to 911 classes. Those things are all hugely important. And I like to say, if you ever stop doing any of those things, they'll all of a sudden become your most important thing that you're doing. So they're extremely important. They're what staff is doing every day. And they're kind of handled through the departmental goals and the individual goals. But staff's really looking for direction here is kind of what are those things that go beyond that? What are those things that go beyond kind of our day-to-day regular work that we do, which is really the bulk of the work that any town does. What would you like to see in addition to that are kind of special initiatives or projects for the year? So that's kind of where we're a couple of nuances. I heard some of these terms come up in the study session, so I just wanted to briefly talk about it, but I actually don't want to go down a whole rabbit hole on them. But the discretionary versus non-discretionary funds, at its most basic level, it means, can you decide how the money's spent or not? And the reason why I'm not crazy about these kind of bigger umbrella terms is because I see them as so gray and not like pick something. As a city manager, I would say, here's all your personnel costs. Those are not discretionary because that's what you have to pay for the people that you employ. That's not discretionary. But could you add someone on to be in Park Rec, or could you make a change? Yeah, there's some discretion over that. And it's kind of the same, even one thing I wrote down was like contracts. Those you can't touch. Those are non-discretionary. But like contracts come up for renewal and you can make adjustments and things like that. So I think it's tough when you start trying to take a city's work and divide it up into just discretionary and non-discretionary. I think that an overall rule of thumb that I'd like to suggest is that towns or cities that are largely built so that the revenues coming in are kind of equating to the services that you're able to do with that amount of revenue, and you're going for like 8. So in most cities and towns, there aren't a lot of discretionary, or what we typically think of as discretionary funds, which would be like, oh, here's a pot of money, let's go do something new with it. That's not as common because it's typically more of a balance state. And where you see more discretion might be things like one-time funds that happen, like when we saw the American Rescue Plan after COVID, or there's some unusual giant event happens that brings in more sales tax than you were projecting on, something like that. So that's really where you tend to see a little bit more flexibility and discretionary. And then the core services versus non-core services. Generally, we think of core services are the things that you exist to do. The whole reason why you're there is to do that. And the way I see your department set up is that those are, in my mind, those are kind of your core services. So, and that's another one of those things. Like, just stop doing it for a second. All of a sudden, there's no feeling like a core service. But those are some of the distinctions in terms. And so my point here is trying not to get too caught up in these particular terms and focus instead more on this process of going to the goals and looking at what you want to accomplish. And then we'll be doing check-ins with Brad and with Celia as, are there resources to deal with those? Do we have the staffing to do that? So I think that's really where the work needs to happen rather than kind of the real defining of these terms. So what does the council do? Starting with the what? Staff needs a lot of input and guidance in the beginning of this because, and so we saw that through this 3 study sessions and also today. The whole dot exercise, as Brad said, it's ubiquitous. And it's a very competent way to start saying, where do I see patterns? Where do I see the council really saying, I want to go in this direction? So providing that input is really important. This isn't the last shot at this. There'll be opportunities if the goals are being refined and the budget's being assembled, and you've got multiple times that the draft budget will be before you, and then ultimately considering and approving that budget. That's kind of the cycle. That's the what the town council role. The how is this sort of meeting is really the council's time. Like I mentioned before, you don't get a lot of these times where you can just talk and have a discussion about these projects that are in front of you. So this is a great setting to do it. And then just like in a council meeting, you know, where there's staffs presenting information, we've kind of built that in a little bit more this morning. And then taking council questions and comments, starting with council, the vice mayor and the mayor, and then the public having an opportunity to weigh in. So that typical thing that you're used to in every kind of council meeting that happens through the goal setting process. And then one thing that's I think important when if you feel compelled on one particular goal or something is to remind yourself that this isn't the last time you're setting goals. You'll be doing this again next year. You know, you're kind of planning out a year ahead, 2 years as you look at your cycle. So there's always opportunity for this to evolve as well. And then also kind of as how to do it. You have some great guidelines of the council member handbook, and that has an attachment of the ILG strategies for creating a more collaborative, effective council. So all of those same things that you're used to that Brad talked about in your senior meetings, I think, this process. And those documents include things like as you're going through the goals and goal setting process, to be attentive, ask clarifying questions, let people know you're listening. This is a great one, which is differentiating between values, interests, and positions. The value is the children, community's most important resource. The interest is I want park and open space where children can play. And then a position is I want a park and skateboarding area that's at the corner of all Maine where the city's contributing all the funds. So the idea here is to focus more on the interests. What are you trying to achieve? What's the problem you're trying to solve? Rather than being really positioned at this stage of separating the people from the problem, again, focusing on the interest, not position. What's in the best interest of the town? That's what the town council is elected to do, is to carry out what they see is in the best interest of the town. Looking at options for mutual gain, using objective criteria, and then using constructive. The public engagement is a really important part of this as well. And we've seen, number one, better identification of the public values, ideas, and recommendations. We've seen through the study sessions, we've seen through the town survey that went out, we're collecting people's opinions and values through today, and then through your budget processes that you have going forward. And then by doing that, you're creating more informed residents. I think it improves the local decision making overall because the council is operating in the input before we make decisions. Then there's enhanced buy-in. It actually moves projects faster. You can kind of develop that buy-in and consensus ahead of time. And less need to go back or community members feeling like they didn't hear about it, they didn't know about it. Trust and increased communication and leadership. So the bottom line is that, you know, we'll have these lists for you today, and we're going to go through them in detail so you can see all the different projects that are going on and ones that could be possible ones for the future. We're going to spend a lot of detailed time on that. But it's more than just a list of objectives. What you're really doing is you're setting the strategic direction for the town. And then we're gonna try to make sure that that aligns with the community's needs and the available resources. So I think I'll pause there because the next two things are kind of similar. In that we're gonna move on to kind of set the framework for, what is the framework for the budget? You know, where are we as a town right now in terms of our financial resources? Where do we stand? And then secondly, where do we stand from a staffing standpoint? What does that look like? Where is most of our staff? What are they doing? And we're not gonna spend a huge amount of time on these things, but just enough, I think we made into noon. We have a couple things after this before we lead into noon. But that is gonna try to set the overall kind of framework for this application. So any questions at this point on anything that I just presented? Yeah.
Could you go back to the very first slide?
This one?
No, this one.
Yeah.
So I'm a kind of an analytical person. Came out of a hierarchy business, although I worked for two big nonprofits most recently. I am puzzled by this because, you know, when you look at the town council to the departments to the employees. So if we had a CEO, she would take up all the information, hear everybody out, make a decision, right? So we have a town council that's very collaborative, and a lot of things we do think the same, but a lot of things we have different ideas. So and I don't mean this, it's just an analytical question. Is it, how, when you go from dot 1 to 2, town council to the departments, go through Brad, the kind of half dot right there before you get to the departments. How does the decision get made as to whether the council really wants to do this, or whether it's one council member, or is it Brad? No offense, Brad. Do you think it's a good idea? Do you see what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Because in all these workshops, people will say different things, and some of which I really agree with, some of which I don't, and then they have to run a list. Do you sort of see what I'm saying?
Sure,
There's
yeah.
never a vote. I mean, I understand the part. That's what we're here to
So-
to express some consensus or not. But it's not like we vote on each idea and then you would know the majority. But do you see what I'm saying?
Yeah, I think so. Tell me if I'm gonna try to oversimplify your question a little bit by saying, like, we're 5 individuals, we have our own perspectives. And how do you then turn that into, this is the council's direction?
Right, our own project, our own whatever. Yeah.
And I think that's one of the wonderful things about local government. You do have 5 members of the council, sometimes it's 7 or 11. Cities that have 5, because they're a little bit easier to handle. And you do have all of your different perspectives, and all of those perspectives are extremely important. Because you're bringing your own thoughts to it, you're bringing the constituency that you're representing, you're bringing the whole town, you're trying to take all of those things, and then you're trying to put on these glasses of, like, what's the best interest of the town overall? And so you're managing all of those things as you're stating what your values are and what's important to you. I think from a staff perspective or a city manager perspective, and I'll let Brad chime in if he feels like he disagrees with this, is that we're looking for kind of what's direction, what feels like direction or consensus from the council. And just like when you have a project in front of you that you have to say yes or no to, you have to say yes with three votes, has to say yes in most cases for the project to go through. And it makes a lot of sense to everyone when it's something that black and white, of like, are we gonna approve this thing to happen, or are we not gonna? When it comes to these sorts of things that are a little bit more vague, or, you know, we're setting bigger picture concepts, you know, we're kind of using the same sort of model, although we're not counting votes or something, just saying, like, does this seem like this is something that the council overall wants to pursue? Because ultimately it is gonna end up in front of you at a town council. So with that in mind, you know, if there's one council member that feels like we absolutely have to do something, and I'm not hearing that from the others, or the others are even saying, I don't know if that's that big of a deal, then it probably isn't going to end up in as kind of an action item exactly like that. It's, you know, because it's gonna ultimately, it wouldn't happen if I were to bring something that has one vote or one component to council. So we're looking for consensus, and the idea of the dot exercise is that exact idea. Like, where do I see patterns? Where do I see more dots? If there's one lonely item with a dot, maybe that's not baked yet enough to feel like I've got consensus. If I were to bring it to the council.
Because
And we're-
ideally, I know, I completely
Is that
understand, ideally, it would be a waste of time to get a project all the way to the council. to get it.
Yeah,
That's not good for
yeah,
use of resources or anything.
right.
So, okay, no,
So
that's, so it's consensus.
it's tricky.
trying to-
It's tricky because you're not trying to predict well, how many votes will I get? You're trying to see like, does this seem like this is consistent with what the council's told me, and this is what they'd like to see. I can bring that forward.
Yeah, and I would just, like I said, amplify, I agree with everything you said, but two things. And I have this like Rubik's Cube of local government, which the department heads have seen, which I recognized is kind of like a Rubik's Cube. It's very complicated. So I don't like show it because everyone asks all these questions. Oh, what does this mean? What does that mean? But what it means for me is colors of money, because I do think in many cases, we're looking for grant money. In some cases, we have, wastewater, water money. So it's sometimes hard for people to understand, okay, you're doing this. Well, yeah, it's a specific grant for a specific purpose. Therefore, we're doing this. We can't do this because it's a general fund project. We don't have general fund resources. So really one of the hardest things to explain to the community is that colors of money and how we're constantly trying to find resources to do things. And sometimes projects jump to the top because all of a sudden we have a grant, or all of a sudden we can use Measure S money for that or whatever. So I think that's one thing I would say that kind of feeds into this challenge of how do you say. And then haven't seen a gym facilitate, but I have seen other facilitators. If you get, like, we're going to get into the vision statement here in a second as an example with the, if like one of you says, well, you know what, I don't really like that word, I like this, I like that, whatever you want to wordsmith, or if you want to tweak things, I have seen like, hey, show of hands, like who, do you agree? And then, without having to put dots on the board, a good facilitator can kind of say like, okay, you're kind of a lone wolf on that, so we're going to move on. So I think there's also ways like that through these sessions. And again, hopefully I'm not saying something you're uncomfortable with, but I have seen that. And so it's a straw poll. It's not like a vote where we're sitting there pushing buttons. But I do think those things are important as we're trying to get through all of this. And I think ultimately, this is why I said the tried and true. I'm doing a new version of the dot exercise a little bit just to kind of carry it through from the study sessions. But that becomes the thing that we do look at, and then as a staff, we kind of get around, and whether it's a color of money conversation, like, oh, we could do, I heard this, and actually there's this funding source that we could maybe use, and we could get creative about how to patch together resources. Or we, have to come back through the budget and say, hey, we looked at it. It's a much bigger project. One example I always remember was a park that I was building that the community really wanted a bathroom. And, parks are funny. Some have bathrooms, some don't have bathrooms. There's a whole hierarchy of parks that you get into that conversation. But in this case, it was like literally going to be a $3 million bathroom because of the sewer connection. And so that's all underground. Nobody saw it. Nobody knew it. But I kept saying, you can't afford the bathroom. And it's, it's the pitchforks and the, why we need a bathroom. And I was like, yeah, let me explain to you why we can't have a bathroom unless you want to invest $3 million of general fund money in a bathroom. And so those are kind of sometimes the hard things for as you get into projects and those little details to try to explain. And I think I know this staff is committed to trying to get things done. I mean, it's definitely a can-do group and a can-do town. But I think those are the constraints that are sometimes hard to explain because you sit in every meeting, you're there, every first and third Tuesday. So every meeting you kind of learn something, right? And that all factors in to these decisions you ultimately have to direct or guide staff to implement.
I particularly appreciate the caveat where the funding's coming from, and all of a sudden we get a grant that changes priorities. I think that's huge. I really appreciate the question. other questions? So we've got, we're gonna do a little piece on the budget and a little piece on staffing, and then we're gonna break. Hopefully it'll be around noon at that point. We're gonna break for lunch. We dive into that. Does anyone feel like we need a break right now before we jump into that? Okay.
Sweater.
Chill's gonna
Yeah,
sleep.
I can eat more deep. Drink more deep. Drink more deep.
Damn those cold buttons.
That's a resource that's.
Yeah, why don't we take a quick break? Why don't we take a 5 minute?
We'll take 5 minutes. Thank you.
Thanks, Sam. Take your breather.
Sometimes that feeds me. Right, and now it's gonna get too hot.
My dome is supposed to be.
No, when it, yeah. So.
It's an old
Be here.
When was that?
We're getting started.
So if you're regular. Well. No, I got on day one. That part is. No, it is. That's really what is it? That's really, they run the meetings. Yeah, that's all. All that, you know.
Yeah, perfect.
I think you really.
Yes, since I just mentioned it.
I know, it looked good. Going, when, my teeth and my feet, right? One time I. Kids like, we have a. Yeah, here, right, yeah. You gotta get all this. Yeah. I would have printed it. Yeah, I would have too. Yeah, you print, yeah, of course. These were at this circle and everything else was. It's the best. I know you were. Yeah, exactly. So far it's going.
Thank you.
Yeah. That's it. There's somewhere, yeah. Okay. It's Saturday night. You said it. First thing, what's wrong?
No, I thought.
Really grouchy. I forgot. Other than kind of. Right. So, morning.
Ready to get going?
And then in the way.
Yeah, I'll start.
Six.
You know, my church never used to have that problem. It's very, like, it's crazy, but like. Stands here when you get it.
Oh, House of Horrors. This is.
No, I want to say morning.
Okay, why don't we get restarted here? So, as Jim, mentioned, this is, budget and staffing overview, and so we will, spend some time. I'll just quickly give you an intro. Celia's gonna talk through some things. I'll come back and talk about, kind of the budgeting stuff, and then each of the department heads will come up and talk for 5 minutes about their respective departments. And then I'll sort of sum it all up, then we'll take final questions and we'll break for lunch. So, I've broken the 5 groups into these departments, which some of which are formal. The only one that we're working towards is this idea of clerk communication. So we have a clerk's office. Communications is always a critical piece. So of all government, of course, but I think, really all organizations, right? I mean, it always, I always say whenever there's a problem, generally it breaks down to poor communication, unless there's, something that's physical problem that, I don't know, something breaks or what have you. But as we work with the community and I feel like now in the world of text messaging and obviously email we've had for a long time, there's almost like, unless the systems break down, and I guess this would be like broadband, et cetera, there's really no excuse for poor communication. It's like the challenge in today's world is more of over communicating because we have so many handles between all the social media stuff versus our emails versus our Youngville connection versus what have you. So we'll talk about that more. But I think the reason that we're looking at the clerking communications together is to make sure that we continue to improve on that front. And then again, planning and building, public works, and park and rec, which are all the established departments here in the town. So I'm just gonna put up this sort of big complicated slide that I know none of you can see, but this is in our budget, okay? So this is the one slide that I and Celia are at least gonna talk from, because we are getting into budget, but what this slide shows here, and this is the current fiscal year, the one we're in, is that the town's entire budget, which is basically $26 million a year, but then how that breaks into the colors of money I was talking about. So roughly half, just under half of that is general fund, and then you can see how that breaks into all the departments and all the different things we do here. And then you have other things, which, actually, I should add, most of CIP and OPEB, which is the post-retirement benefits, are also general fund expenditures for the most part. But then you get into water utility, wastewater utility, special revenue funds, debt service funds. That's where it's like Rubik's Cube starts to get really complicated. So we're not going to get into that depth, but this is like the snapshot of the budget, and our budget book, which is sort of yay thick, is what we're working towards now. And I think Celia will go through the timeline. Are you intending to go through the timeline? So she'll talk about that. We've started already working on it, but this will be presented to council and the community over time. So with that, the floor is yours.
Morning, everybody. Celia Hayden, Town's Administrative Services Director.
Can you speak up?
Yes, sorry, I will try to project. It's gonna feel like I'm yelling, but, so as Brad mentioned, this was focused on, expenditures for the current year budget. So just a little overview of the revenues for the current year budget. We recently brought, proposed budget adjustments to the town council in January, where we did propose some increased expenditures as well as some increased revenues. So our top three revenues in the general fund are transient occupancy tax, TOT, property tax, and sales tax. So transient occupancy tax has been trending well. We will meet and exceed our budget expectations, which is why we proposed. And just kind of a glimpse into current collections right now. We're collecting for the month of December, which is in the slower tourism season. And last year at this time, we were about $300,000 to $400,000. This December is going to be closer to $500,000. So that is good. And that is pointing us in the direction of projecting some growth in that revenue source in your budget. Property tax is a little less interesting. It just kind of grows incrementally over the years, and it is looking to hit the projected targets for revenue collections in the current year. Sales tax is just a little bit behind, but there is a lag in the reporting and remittance of that to the town. So we should, in the next month or two, be getting the sales tax applicable to the holiday spending. So we'll see if that going to remain strong. And as Brad mentioned, preparation for the proposed budget is already underway. We've been working on that since December, and we are transitioning from an annual budget to a biannual budget, which has been mentioned a couple times, and it seems a little obvious to say this, but that does mean that we are proposing revenue expenditures for 2 upcoming fiscal years. So a little added challenge there. It can be difficult to project for 1 fiscal year, add that second year in, and it's a little bit more unknown. At the February 6th Town Council meeting, we will present the budget overview and parameters, which will report a glimpse into some of the major revenues again and expenditure projections that will be included in the information presented at the budget workshops in April and May. Budget parameters report will focus on the top 3 revenues that I just discussed, and also some key expenditures in the general fund, such as fire and emergency medical services, law enforcement services, which are provided via contracts with Napa County. And the contracts for both of these essential services for the community have seen some cost increases over the past couple of years, as you know. Budget kickoff offers an opportunity for some preliminary budget discussions and in a public setting, it allows us to receive input from the community as well. And we encourage all of the citizens to join us at that meeting if they can. Again, the budget workshops will be proposed. I think the dates will be April 16th and May 7th. And hopefully we can adopt those dates as the official budget workshops where we will discuss staffing levels, our approach to the anticipated cost increase in that second year, some suggested updates to the town's fund balance policy, which encompasses reserve targets, and a little bit about the process for managing this 2-year budget and how we will propose revisions as necessary. Of course, you don't have to wait until budget workshops to get budget information. Finance staff is always available, so you can call us or email us if you have any questions. We also encourage everyone to look at our online budget book online on the website. There is also a PDF version, which can be a little easier to scroll through rather than looking at the online budget book. But that could be a really good starting point as you start to think about what kind of questions you might have at these workshops. So we encourage everyone to look at that. Are there any questions at this point that I can answer?
Yeah, why don't you stay out because you're at first department and I'll just add a few,
Okay.
I think, important points. First of all, the workshops, we're right now scheduling, I think historically they've been 10 a.m. starts. So they're sort of supersized study sessions, if you will, on the second, or excuse me, the third Tuesday of April and then the first Tuesday of May. So again, historically, staff has presented the budget in 2 parts here. And so we kind of break that up between, I think, generally the operating budget and the CIP, but there's special funds and other things that come. So you'll see the budget, the preliminary budget over those 2 workshops. And then the hope is that then, we hear everything, we hit the mark. That's kind of the point of today. Like we hear everything and then we're able to hit the mark. And then at the end, there's some final suggestions. And then we can come back at the next meeting where you adopt the budget ideally. I always like to use June as kind of a contingency month. If you can adopt the budget by the end of May, because you're required to adopt the budget by the end of June, a balanced budget by state law. Otherwise, in essence, it reverts back to the previous budget. I've never had that happen, but I've heard people that have had that happen. It's not a good thing. So that's why you have June is kind of a little bit of a buffer to make sure that you can tweak things if necessary. So that's the schedule we have here. The other thing that I think is really important as you talk about budgeting, and as we're getting to know each other, I generally believe in accurate budgeting, right? Accurate is this key word, but a lot of people use these terms like conservative or aggressive, right? Are we budgeting conservatively or are we budgeting aggressively? Those can mean different things to different people. Celia has heard me say a lot. I don't like to color the facts. Like I don't. That's your job to kind of decide what's conservative. Because I would ask you all 4 of you would have different opinions on what a conservative or aggressive budget might be. So I think it's our job to be accurate, but I also think it is our job to be somewhat conservative because it's always better to have money left over at the end so that you can, of course, either add to reserves or fund special initiatives. If you don't have money left over, then guess what? You have to draw into reserves to balance the budget. And then you start to look at reserve targets. And I think we had a meeting, as you know, where the GFOA came out. They started the reserve conversation. We're going to probably have 2 more conversations so that when we get to April, and maybe the third one or the last one will be in April, actually, where we provide a recommendation on targets. And your fiscal policies are in your budget book for the most part. And there's what we call the fund balance minimum. What do we call it? Fund balance policy is basically your reserve policy. So those are critical numbers, right? Because that's where you start to look at really how many resources do we have to do different things. And so, and again, that's a subjective call. That's really, I think, one of the most important things that council does is really try to weigh those trade-offs and kind of find the right balance so that you feel comfortable. And then not to get into the technical terms, but I do think it's important because most of you have heard this. GFOA basically divides all of the resources or all of the money into 5 categories. And that starts with unassigned, it goes to assigned, then it goes to committed, restricted, and non-spendable. These are GFOA terms that, are born to reality through the audit, truthfully. But since there's been a past practice or a history here of having revenues exceed expenditures, what ultimately happens is you're adding to your unassigned fund balance. And there's been conversations you've all participated in, like, how do we spend our unassigned fund balance, right? And I a lot of times use the checking savings account analogy, where the unassigned fund balance sort of acts as your checking account, and then all those other 4 are just different versions of savings accounts. But I also think that you don't have to spend it all. It's like, don't feel like, okay, here's the number, like, whether it's talking about reserves or other things that can help you save up for bigger picture things. Obviously we're going to talk about the Yes site, which is a really big picture, a big expensive thing that the town wants to focus on. So I just make that, I know that's a little detailed and I don't want to get into too much of the GFOA stuff, but I think it's important to understand those concepts. And as we get into budgeting, we will do our best to give you an accurate budget or accurate forecast for revenues and expenditures, with the understanding that it's much better to have a little money left over than to be sitting here coming at the end and saying, hey, if you want to do this, we need to take from reserves. Because reserves obviously are critical to the foundation, not only of good business or financial practice, but also as you get into your credit rating, a lot of things that apply. I think it's important, again, to make sure that you're on solid ground, which thankfully the town is on solid ground. And I think, I don't know the percentile, but as we talk about, you have a lot of people like actuaries and financial consultants and others that come in and they look at you in context of the state and the country. And so far, like, everyone basically looks at Yonko and goes, okay, you're in a really good position. And that's because I think of the practices and the policies that you have basically committed to over, whatever past history you want to define. So I think that's a really good thing. I don't want to lose sight of that, but I also think it's important for everyone to understand where the money is and understand what trade-offs or what sort of balance you're trying to meet based on your goals and priorities. So, yes.
And maybe Celia's going to talk about this later, but I'd just be interested in, as a practical matter, what the 2-year implications of doing the 2-year will be. Just in terms of, do you have to think out further? I mean, obviously you do, but you know what I'm saying.
Yeah.
How will it be different? And maybe now's not the time, but at some point in your.
Well, I can say this because we all know, budgeting is sort of educated guessing, and we're all doing forecasts. So yeah, the further out you go, I would say it is trickier because we do have, in some cases, economists and others that are guiding us to develop those numbers. But don't forget, you will have what in essence becomes 3 mid-years. Like when you have an annual budget, we have the mid-year, which we just got through, where we'll come to you and make adjustments based on how things have changed in the economy, or if some costs have gone up, inflation issues or staffing issues. So you will have, rather than 1 mid-year, you'll basically have 3 mid-years. And so we will continue to update that, come to council at least every 6 months. If there's something that happens significant, we'll be at the next meeting going, hey, sort of like the COVID response. Like, you were probably at your next council meeting, in April, hemorrhaging, right? Going, okay, what are we going to do here? We got to cancel this. But so those things are always somewhat reactionary, but the mid-years, which happen every 6 months, are part of government practice.
So it won't change that much, basically.
Yeah, it just will, I think, allow us in the budgeting years to go through all the workshopping and all the stuff that you traditionally do. And then the strategic planning or the goal setting years, you'll do the same, but you'll be focused there.
Okay.
But you'll be always kind of doing a bit of the back and forth, because clearly the budget always changes at the mid-years. So, all right, so with that.
Will you go back to that slide, please, and salute, will you please scoot over there? I just want to give a snapshot.
This is in your budget book.
I know.
And we will make the PowerPoint available to
Thank you.
public, so everyone can get
No,
it.
it's a big page. Thank you.
Okay, so a little bit about our staffing level. I think Brad said earlier, small but mighty. We are a staff of 34 authorized positions. We currently for things like building attendance, excursions and events, and those specific camp program. We also have a part-time employee in the department who helps with administration, customer service, department, and then Public Works has 2 seasonal park maintenance and our increased sanitization that kept up since COVID. Organizational culture, so some things that we are working towards are improving employee engagement, recognition, and training. And then we've established, the town manager has established monthly meetings with our representatives. So that's just to keep in better communication with employees. Try to hear their questions, maybe concerns, ideas. Really, it's our internal services to staff. Morning, Ted Pencil and community members. Claire Beatty, acting town clerk. I'm going to take a few moments to tell you about the communications efforts for the town. The clerk and communications office administers the democratic process, including access to legislative records, while ensuring transparency to the public. The office ensures that all town council actions are properly executed, recorded, and archived, and the clerk also serves as compliance and elections officer. The clerk is also responsible for records management, totally glamorous part of municipal administration, but this includes protecting and preserving official records for the town and public and ensuring access to the information legislative process. The communication side of the office leads with standardization and storytelling and public information efforts. Marketing communicates on many types of media and coordinates information flow to the public on a variety of topics. Marketing and brand standards. This is another element of the communications office. This helps develop standards and coordinates plans and campaigns to present information and communications that are focused, consistent, recognizable, and results driven. This is done through a variety of media sources, including multiple channels and platforms to connect with the community. The office prioritizes
Services, providing a welcoming resource for the community to learn, engage, and provide input. So in summary, there are a lot of hats worn in the clerk office, but we serve as a focal point, the liaison for community council and constituents to have information and provide feedback, engage, and participate. Moving forward, we're excited about enhancing our public engagement, and I think most importantly, with community cookouts and opportunities for people to come together in a casual but informative. So look forward to those events, starting with most likely our first Wednesday, March 6th. So that's what we'll be up to. Any questions about the role of clerk in patients? Yes, Councilmember McKeon.
Thank you. I realize communicating safety is kind of a double-edged sword in a town that wants to be known as very safe. And you also have privacy issues. But a few months back, there was a post on Nextdoor about a break-in in an automobile in Rancho, a really condensed community. And somebody else said, well, a few months ago, I had somebody crowbar one of my windows open. And there were several of us that were like, why is this the first we're hearing about it? Obviously, that's private property. But when there are, and we also had somebody have a Rolex stolen, by gunpoint one time. So when is that kind of information shared with the community on a broader level, not to start hype or insecurity or fear, but to make sure that people are like, we always leave doors open or cars open. So there's a safety effort through communication. When
I think the timeliness of that would be the question, but I know that town council receives quarterly safety updates.
right,
And I think that would be an opportunity for Sergeant Allott or whomever is presenting to articulate that kind of information. I know that the town itself is in a position where we're reported those incidents, so I don't know that we could make timely notification. But I do think in the sense of those quarterly safety reports, it would be really good to highlight issues. I know previously there were five deaths in town, and that's something that Sergeant Allott brought to our attention. So I'm not sure if that would meet the need that you're mentioning, but that is when we receive those updates.
yeah, I'm looking forward to that update to see how it's
Every six.
it's reported, but community members were just like, how can we find this out? So we're a little more cognizant and
In other jurisdictions, I know there's a blotter that goes in St. Helena paper that's up there, but maybe.
Well, I was gonna say, sorry, but the Sun used to, because for a little while I volunteered and I got to talk to someone in Yountville Sheriff's Station for every issue. I would call them up, find out what had gone on in Yountville, and then write it up. But happily, rarely had anything gone on, but that's the kind of thing. So maybe that's something that could be revived. It's a really easy, relatively easy thing to do, and they're very cooperative at the sheriff's station. Anyway.
A sergeant a lot when I first came, if they had water or the law that shared with me, but it's the sheriff's department that they don't really.
Well, if you call them up, they will tell you.
They can tell you, call them.
Yep, you gotta talk to
because they were definitely contacted. I've learned about this hindsight and on-site taking reports, especially with the Rolex robbery. But it just, I think community needs to know, but we don't want to have it out on a wider scale, obviously, because we are a safe town. Yeah, so, okay,
Well, it seems like it could be for the discussion.
something to look at. Thank you.
Residents at least can have a privately broadcasting and share with their neighbors.
Do you think putting it in the Sun is a bad idea?
I don't think that's.
Okay, but I was just asking your opinion, because I thought it was helpful on a weekly basis to know what went on, and there used to be domestic disturbances.
I like transparency.
Yep,
So
I do
on
too.
that level, I think that.
Yeah, and I would just, the sheriff's office and, those of you who know, my previous jurisdiction, I oversaw police department. There's a lot of conversations that go on about like what's public, what's not public for a lot of reasons. But clearly if it's public, I think the more it's broadcast, whether it's the Sun or through, the Yountville Connection or whatever resources we have, then we should do that. But I think that's where the sheriff has to make the call, and then we have to amplify the message. So I think that's a good thing to bring up when the sheriff comes at our next regular meeting, and y'all can hear from him kind of how they decide what, again, is public or not public.
And if we're just giving people reminders, we are safe here, but lock your car door.
Yeah, I know. I mean, and I think that's always a hard one, right?
Yeah.
Because some people will say, "Don't tell me what to do." I'm really like, "All right, this is my private," So you have like different reactions. Some people like that kind of messaging. Some people don't. And I don't want to get into who does and who doesn't, but I think in cases of public safety and particularly policing, they've gotten really pretty good at deciding when the public should know and when they should. There's always gray area, but I think that's where, again, we can amplify the message.
Yeah.
And I've seen it, and I think I don't know. I've seen different versions of newspapers reporting on crime, and I generally think that's a good thing. If you're asking me my opinion, because people should be aware of what's going on, and if there's preventative measures that can, whether it's locking your door or, I know I've seen all kinds of programs that get developed around issues that show a pattern. I think when it's a one-off and you all of a sudden create a big program, maybe that's overstretching. But if you see a series of things, and sometimes it's simple things as like a porch light or something that shines a light on an area that maybe is is an area where patterns have developed. Or I know that they use and John uses like accident data, whether it's cars or bikes, where we can look at if there's a pattern, intersections that might be unsafe, and okay, let's look at this intersection. How do we improve the crosswalk, or how do we, do things like that? That's always valuable information.
Well, and, at least there is a fairly bright line in terms of when I used to talk weekly to the officer, whoever was there at the time. If it's an arrest, it's a matter of public record, and so they would never disclose an investigation or anything that did involve a public action. So an
Yeah.
arrest or a public report of a bike being stolen.
Yeah.
So I'm just saying,
Yeah.
if we could.
And sometimes they will, right? Because they're looking for the public's help. And
Right.
in the world of
different
Ring cameras and things, they say, "Hey, if something happened here, can you check your databases, and if you can help solve the crime?" So that's why I said it's kind of like it's a long, big kind of. And thankfully, as you say, we all say there isn't a lot of incidents here. So
Yeah, right.
I think that's kind
Right,
of
which is why I
paramount.
think they took it out of the sun. There wasn't much to report.
Yeah, nothing happened again. Enjoy your weekend.
Yeah.
Mix it with
Uh,
the weather.
Yeah,
It's heartbreaking.
Okay. Irene, you're up.
Everyone. Planning the building department again, we use some guiding documents, such as the general plan and the zoning ordinance and the California Building Code, as well as a number of other documents that we use again to help our specific department objectives, which include preservation of the town's quality of life. Again, as planners, we want to try and preserve what exists and enhance the character of the community for the future. We also look to the guidance of the physical growth and development of the community. We want to ensure compliance with state building codes. Again, we want to ensure the health and safety of the community. That's one of our main objectives. We look to protect the natural resources that we have, and we also look to supporting economic opportunities in the community as well. The organizational structure of the department is comprised of planning, building, as well as code compliance, which has recently come under planning and building department. For our building contract services, again, we contract with that. We don't have a full-time inspector here, so contract for those services through a company called BPR Consultant Services. They provide plan check, review for permits and inspections, and they assist with some code compliance matters. Currently, we have Mike Zimmer, who serves as our building official, and Mike is typically in the office on Tuesdays and Thursdays to do some plan checks, planning inspections for construction projects. The building division provides information on building code standards and requirements. They, again, review construction plans for compliance with those construction requirements. and again, do inspections during the day for construction projects and also assist on code violations that are related to building compliance. In the planning department, we have two planners. We have Diane Levine, who's our associate planner, and Kyle Johnson, assistant planners. Again, we provide information on land use and zoning and site development requirements. We review development proposals that have to go through the planning process for compliance with those town standards, and we administer various compliance programs as well. As Brad mentioned earlier, we don't really have planners on staff that do a lot of advanced planning, but our department does do a little bit of advanced planning that is involved on those future documents are going through a process such as updating the general plan or the housing element. So we do have a hand in it. But again, typically, I think the town has relied on consultants to help with those type of advanced planning projects. Planning department also handles code compliance that relate to zoning or use permit violations. We provide counter services for the public and respond to inquiries regarding zoning, land use, and permit information. And we evaluate land use proposals for consistency, again, with the zoning ordinance and the general plan before we bring those to either the zoning and design review board or the council to make sure those projects are consistent with as I mentioned, we also administer several programs, such as the employee parking management program, the rental registration program, we have the use permit monitoring program, so with the Washington Street activation program, and also our wayfinding sign program. So there are a number of programs that we also adhere to, get people to comply with. Again, as mentioned earlier, code compliance now falls under the planning and building department. So Ken Bruno serves as our code compliance officer. When that position was first established, that position was under the town manager. And when Brad came on board, he was used to it being under planning and building as I was. So Kendra has been serving. Again, Kendra typically investigates code compliance matters such as noise complaints or working without a building permit. She also works with event permitting, amplified sound permitting, and film permits. And as part of that process, she'll have to coordinate or outside agencies such as fire to make sure that those special events permitting. Kendra's position also handles the SB 1383 organic food recycling related programs and those initiatives for mandatory garbage requirements. As part of our services too, we have through finance, one part-time person that we share with finance for administrative services. Vanita helps us out periodically to help us out those administrative needs that we have. In terms of some of our recent accomplishments, again, we continue to modernize our tools to improve our services, such as our online limiting through OpenGov, which helps with some of those processing applications. Kyle Johnson, who's kind of our tech whiz in our department, is working on new GIS tools and working towards digitizing all of our records, which is very helpful. And it also gets rid of some of the paper that's in our department. Since volumes of paper that digitize. This past year, we've also adopted a few ordinances, such as the gas station ban here in town. We've modified our code compliance ordinance to add some language to enhance enforcement. That language had to do with if somebody had an outstanding violation, then we could, if we wanted to, stop them from obtaining any permits or process. So the council adopted that language over the summer. We've adopted some minor tree ordinance revisions and we brought on our arborist to help with some of our tree matters that come up. This past year, we've been working with the zoning and design review board and helping them with some training to again get them a little bit more activated to making proper findings, having appropriate conditions of approval, teaching them the Ground Act. So again, as time permits, we'd like to do those sessions with the ZDRB. I think they found it beneficial. And we're also working on a handbook for the ZDRB, just as the council did, so we'll be looking to do that. I think in this coming year here, we, again, have several, what I would call large development projects that are being processed. They've been in the works for some time. I would imagine that those will be coming few or, fruition here to zoning and design review board and ultimately to the council. And again, that's the subdivision project over on Open Vine subdivision. We've got the mixed use project over in the corner of Humboldt and Jefferson. And then recently the application was submitted for the former Perry Lane restaurant, which is now going to be called George, but there's a renovation in addition for those for that project, as well as a couple of other applications that are being processed. Just to update you on our housing element, again, we're still working our consultants to get our housing element certified. We are down to, I think, just the last few matters, so I'm hoping we can get that over the field line here, maybe over the next few months. But we are still working on that. As part of the housing element too, we need to start working on our work plan for the housing element and the implementation process. Programs that were adopted as part of their plan. And coming up on April 1st, we have to submit our annual progress report for housing. So Kyle will be working on that too. That's an annual requirement every April 1st that it's due. Kyle's also working on our solar app software program. So he thinks that probably within the next 6 months, we'll have that up and running. Some of you may know we obtained a grant of $40,000 for that software. So we'd like to get that in our system again, and we help to streamline the permit process for solar applications. Again, Kendra, as part of the code compliance, is continuing to work with SB 1383. As you all know, that's kind of a relatively new law. So she's setting up the program in place for that to get everybody in compliance. As we head into the summer and spring here, special events are picking up. So Kendra will be processing all of those applications. And again, we'll be working with our town arborist to do some other modifications to our tree ordinance. To kind of give it, I wouldn't say a complete overhaul, but give it a thorough look over to see what changes we can make to that code. With this expertise, again, I will get there probably zoning and design review board through its steps in that process. Again, that's just kind of as a short snapshot of what we're working.
I just wanted to kind of clarify, I know you mentioned a couple times with our code compliance function that they're responsible for SB 1383, which is the organics recycling law. And as a point of clarification, the Upper Valley Waste Management Authority, which John Phil is a member of, has a contract with Waste Connections. And in that contract, we stipulated that Waste Connections has all the responsibility for the code compliance and the any functionality related to non-compliance, which might be education or anything that needs to bring customer into compliance. The only activity that the town would have was once they ran out of all possible education and working with the customer, that we would issue the fines, and that's it. So none of the others, all the other stuff by contract, we've delegated to the waste management company.
Okay. I'll take a further look into that. I looked at it previously, but I'll work with Kendra to make sure we're.
So as long as, you know.
Yep.
And so, so far, you know, they've been doing lots of inspections. We haven't had any real issues that we haven't been able to overcome. So the fines would be the only thing the town would be responsible for issue, because they don't have that mechanism.
There's been,
Rob-
I think, Barry.
Yeah, she was
Okay.
first.
So given all of the things that you said your department is doing and needs to do. And given the new state requirements for timing of proposals and development, applications, there's more strict timing involved in those things. Do you feel like there's enough staffing at this time and for this next year to make sure that we stay in compliance and actually accomplish all the things on your list?
I think one of the things in looking at the budget that we're looking at is also providing for consultant services for those times when we need it. It's one of the things Brad has always said, once you started here, you need to build your bench. So I'm looking at getting some proposals. I have call planning services so that we can maybe alternate between the consulting firms and or their expertise, their availability, those types of things, so that we already have them set up and in place to be able to meet those timelines. And again, as you mentioned, some of the laws are so unique these days that it makes it a little bit challenging in processing applications such as a housing application. Time frame. So in some regards, having those outside consultants work on the projects makes it a little bit.
Yeah, thank you, Irene. Oh, did you have a question? Sorry.
Were you done?
Yep.
Um, I had the same question, and I just want to say I personally really agree with the consulting approach. When I was at the University of California, I had a very small department, and you know, you have these projects come up, and it doesn't always make sense to hire somebody because then add a lot of cost, right, over the, you know, and people expect to stay. So although I understand the community sometimes wonders a lot about paying for consultants over the long haul, it can be very cost effective and adds kind of nimbleness. If you get the right consultants and people who kind of know your world, so you're not having to re-educate them, and then they go off and do something else when we're done. Because, right, if some of these new laws don't meet the time frame, the so-called builder's remedy and whatnot, people have some pretty dramatic opportunities to just go ahead and build stuff. So I had the same thought about how you were to get all this done, plus stuff that could. So I just want to say I really like that approach and would support it.
Yeah, I agree. Thank you, Irene. First of all, I just want to add three really quickies. Is one, the last meeting that we had, the regular meeting, we introduced this idea of permit transparency, accountability, and education. So that's something that you'll see on the board we're working on in terms of just getting that out. But I think one of the things that, and the other thing I was going to say about staffing, back to code compliance, is we're looking always at staffing levels, but also staffing allocations, right? So you have, okay, how many people do we have? But then how do you allocate their time? So those are sort of two different things that we spend a lot of time on. So for things like code compliance, we're re-looking at that based on how laws change and how other agencies may be able to support things. But that, I think on the communication side as it relates to permits, I think the one thing that I know planners get really frustrated with is that somebody, of course, says, it took me 2 years to get a permit. I mean, what the heck's going wrong, right? And generally what happens is we get an application, and until it is deemed complete, right, we don't really start the clock, but people start the clock when they submit the application. And there could be rounds and rounds of clarifications until you get a deemed complete application. And I think things change during that process. And I know in Yountville, everyone wants to know about things. And like as one example, and Irene doesn't even know this, is that I think that the application for Perry Lang's, which is not deemed complete yet, just so you know, probably won't be called the George. There's to be a headline for you, because they found out that there's a George hotel in Napa, and they're kind of like thinking, okay, do we really want to call it the George? So those are the things that change during time that make people feel sometimes that the town is not either organized or communicating properly. And I will just tell you that give and take in Irene's world of getting an applicant to get a complete application and being real clear to what they're doing is a source of frustration in all communities, not just here. So I just share that as I live. And then Mr. John Ferns, flow chart.
Flow chart? No
The engineers always have flow charts.
Good water here.
So, some of you have heard me use this analogy before, but I use it because I think it really helps describe the role of public works. But there is a saying that all worlds are staged and we're our players. So in the movie set that is in town, the Outfield, your public works department are the stagehands who work daily to make sure the movie set is ready for you to walk out and perform your daily song and dance. How we do that is through a staff of 15 full-time employees and 2 part-time employees. They're loosely broken up into 3 categories: admin, municipal operations, and utilities. The admin folks are the ones that work out of town hall and manage things and perform functions like the town engineer. We're the managers of the capital improvement program. Later this afternoon, a lot of the things that you're going to discuss will influence how we build the capital improvement program for this coming 2-year budget. Some people don't realize, we do have a significant role in assisting our planning department with those private development reviews, because private development contacts the public right of way, that there's a set of public work standards that we implement similar to the building code to make sure that the public aspect of those private projects are up to the code. And we also manage encroachments into the public right of way for the public safety, to make sure that both the traffic and public areas are conducted in a safe manner. Municipal operations is what you know is our streets, the street signs, the striping, and everything associated with that. We have 2 guys that manage all of the government facilities, so they're managing the infrastructure that keeps these buildings going. We have 2 guys that largely manage the parks department, the parks themselves. We work closely with the parks and rec department to make sure that we're meeting their needs in a format that is usable for standard company. Another piece that people might not realize is we have a significant amount of town trees that are managed by our municipal operations department. So all those trees located in the right away in the parks, we do follow the tree rules as the tree rules. And utility side of things, water distribution, wastewater collection, wastewater treatment, and then wastewater distribution. The water enterprise is its own business, the wastewater enterprise is its own business. And it's worth mentioning that both water and wastewater are heavily regulated. So the admin staff is continually helping to ensure that both, or especially the utility side of things, is meeting the regulations associated with the permits. Back to the analogy of being the movie set, most of the time you don't see us, which means things are generally running well. Occasionally when you do see us, it means there's external forces that have come into play that we are trying to manage to allow you to continue your daily song and dance. Examples of that are those dark boil water notices that we keep getting from our water supplier. And a future example of that is going to be this coming Wednesday night into Thursday, when we'll be active in the background, making sure the storm drains are staying open and monitoring those circles in case they decide to flood as a result of the storm. So, like in general, if you don't see it, and like Jim said earlier, we do all the daily stuff and the routine stuff that is fine and well accepted, but if we were to stop doing it, it would become everybody's plate. That's all. And I'm open for any questions.
Oh.
And then
Questions? Thank you, John.
I just wanted to thank you for keeping our stage so immaculate and wonderful. And we're lucky to have 2 licensed engineers on staff.
Yes.
That's a real big deal for a town our size on Solomon. So thank you.
Back to the green room.
I guess I should be dancing more. Singing though. Yeah.
Guys, hungry? Yeah, talk fast. Okay.
Samantha Pauling, obviously, region director, so I'll just go focusing on our core service areas first, which is the Parks and Community Center Facility Administration, so working very closely with our public works team on the parks, whether it's projects or improvements, and then administering the use that happens in the parks. And then, of course, the community center, same thing. We oversee all the recreation programming, events, and community services, the Yountville Arts programs. And then we are staff liaison to the County Yountville Community Foundation. So we are a team currently of 5 full-time staff. And then we have 33 part-time seasonal staff. Point, they're not all working regularly. A lot of those staff, as Haley pointed out earlier, work during breaks with our. But we have about 10 who are consistently weekly workers. We also have 20 contract instructors. Those people help us with special. A lot of it is in our golden ticket program, so they come on and teach things that we're able to buy. And then at this time, we have 20, a little over 20 volunteers. That doesn't include our as well. So, you know, big accomplishment, as you know, that we've had in the past year, and adoption of the master plan, which is really exciting. And, you know, having been understaffed for quite a few months, I see that as an accomplishment that we haven't reduced service levels at all. But really for staffing, we look forward to the future of returning to kind of our normal staffing levels, which, you know, pre-COVID, we had 6 full-time staff. That's something we'll talk about in the budget process. Some reorganization a little bit as Jennifer, you know, the longest employee today retires. It's an opportunity for us to look at how the future staffing of our department can best benefit what everybody's goals are. So we're really looking at that. And I just want to, you know, point out that why not? But, you know, I'm working on our annual report that'll come at the end of the fiscal year. So this is really last year, but maybe this year too, that, you know, we serve over 12,000 people a year with free. Obviously, everything that we do, this is kind of motto, we do for our residents. That's the first and foremost. We do it for our residents. And because it's great and fun and we do such a good job, we bring in other people who enjoy it too. Whether it's our visitors or people that live in our surrounding cities who are looking for these types of things as well. And all of those people together make what we're doing successful. So a class with 4 residents may not be successful for, but because we invite communities, we get to the 12 they need to make it financially. When we're looking at what we're doing and what we're planning, we are thinking about so those 12,000 free events, you know, we 12,000 people at these free events every year is pretty exciting. We're approaching 600 golden ticket members, so that's over the 3 cycles. So about almost 200 a cycle. We do 3 sessions or seasons of golden ticket. Currently, we are offering 60 hours of adult programming in this facility. Adult programming, 60 hours. And very excitingly, we already met our revenue goal for our rental of this facility. So we're seeing numbers that we have never seen as far as use of our programs and services, and then the use of this facility. So we are, you know, we can't even talk about, oh, we're recovering from COVID because we're exceeding where we were even 350 per big site rentals a year. 4 rentals in last year we processed over 70 registrations. So we're busy, and that doesn't even talk about Yountville Arts and all the things that our commissioners do. You guys receive their annual report, but you know it's pretty impressive, and I think for you know our team.
Almost that. Oh, yeah. That was really nice.
Yeah, and I just, I'll end and we'll have lunch by just saying in my initial year, I've just been super impressed with staff. I mean, the people that are in here, but also the people that preceded me, including Steve Rogers, who obviously had 16 years. And, you know, I keep saying I was dealt a great hand coming here to Yountville. And I think that, I'm just pleased and I'm grateful for all the work that's getting done. So unless there's any, I mean, we can take any final comments from the public before we break for lunch. Everyone, we have enough food for everyone. So if we can just let the council go first and then the staff, and then feel free, public, to enjoy. And then we're going to try to restart at like 12:30, where we can take a little time, but you can finish while I'm kind of going.
12:40 to
12:40. We ended 10 minutes late, so we'll keep that and we'll catch up. But I'm going to come back and talk about the survey results and the visioning. So let's try to get everyone back into their seats. But if we want to go longer, I can be loud so I can talk while people are eating as well. So thank you, everyone. I think it was a good morning, and we'll look forward to a following afternoon. You good? Okay. Thanks.
Maybe the council or staff, we can all eat tables with the public, if you can all join us. That sound good?
Yeah, spread out. Spread out.
Yeah, you'll be able to know.
Just checking. We're still cooking through. I'm just gonna let them go in. I'll come check them.
I don't know.
All right, we're gonna get us started again for the afternoon part, where we're gonna get further into the details. And if you've been dying to kind of get into the weeds a little bit with all this big picture stuff, you'll have your opportunity this afternoon. So we're gonna start with, Brad's gonna talk about the survey results and kind of what the town heard through the surveys. And then talk about the strategic planning core values page, which we're gonna go through in some detail. It's an update of a prior version that you're probably familiar with. We're not gonna spend a ton of time on those things, but maybe about a half an hour or so, and then we're gonna get into the goal setting exercise, which is kind of the main event of the afternoon. And I'm just gonna describe that once in a little bit more detail, because there's kind of several pieces of it that we wanna make sure that we do in order, and then get comments from the council and the community and that sort of thing. So we're gonna start off, we've got a couple boards here that have all of the kind of what's been recently completed, working on the list that haven't quite started yet, but on the list to do, and then kind of future priorities. And Brad's gonna go through those in a fair amount of detail, because it's a really important list of kind of where we've been and where we could be going. And I don't know if there's still an acronym on there or so, but enough detail to kind of get through and make sure that everybody understands kind of what's on these boards. And then we're going to take any council or community comments on that, and then go through the first part of the dot exercise, where the council's gonna have gold dots for a highest priority, and then they're gonna have a blue, green, and yellow dot.
No,
Do
red.
I have that right?
Red, green, and blue.
I should look at my notes. Blue, green, and red dots for health, safety, and climate. So you'll have one dot for each of those. And that's kind of, again, in keeping with the study sessions that you've had. So you'll have the gold dot, the red, green, blue. When you're doing the red, green, blue, we want to ask the council to kind of talk it through as you're putting it on, why you're putting it there, why you think that's important. Because that's going to be helpful to staff and for your colleagues to hear that as well. And after all that's done, we're going to take a little bit of a break. Like there are still cookies, and there's going to be some fruit. And then we're going to get into the silver dots, which each town council member will have 3 of the silver dots. And we'll go through a little bit of an exercise where you'll be able to talk about your priorities, where you plan on putting those. You'll have an opportunity to hear from your colleagues before you put them on. And it's a great opportunity to kind of say what's important to you, what you're thinking about, and then hear from your colleagues as well in kind of an informal fashion before you go on and actually put the dots on the board. Once they're there, then they'll all be there. We'll have the gold, the colored, and the silver ones there. And we'll then go through and kind of see we have some kind of final questions and look for where the patterns are, see if they make sense, if there's enough information for staff, that they feel like they have some good guidance moving on to the next phases. Make sure that we kind of understand what we mean by the projects, how we're talking about them. Those sorts of things will be at the very end, and then we'll do a wrap up. So any questions on how afternoon will go? So there is that one planned in break. But we do have kind of several opportunities for each section to kind of stop, say what questions people have, check in.
Okay.
Go ahead.
Thank you. And in addition to clerking and communicating, I'm gonna add catering, so we'll have 3 Cs, so I'm gonna thank Hillary. There are others who are involved, but I know that I always, you always do a great job, so thank you so much. And then I also want to take the opportunity to introduce the chairs of the boards and commissions that are here today, and I appreciate you coming. There was a conversation when I got here, and it's always an interesting conversation of how do the boards and commissions get involved in strategic planning, and how do they do their own thing, and what have you, in PRAC or Park and Rec through Alan Tencher. So Alan is here with his Cal Baseball, Go Bears, and they were fortunate to finish a 2-year process basically to create a master plan. So that's obviously something that we're feeding into everything. But I would also say just you being here is important because you're hearing everything, and it's interesting how dots connect, no pun intended. But I also think that this is where we can hear from you. But I think as we then go to your meetings, I intend to be there with whoever's staffing them. Right, we can give just a probably 15-minute version of everything that happened, and then just continue to get feedback because it really never ends, right? So Stephen Miller from ZDRB is here, and we have Rhonda Sher, is that how you pronounce your last name? From the Public Art Commission, and Carol Ring?
Sure.
Arnett almost was, who's overseeing the Community Foundation currently. And then I know Alan from Barcelona was here, who generally is kind of for the Measure S committee, even though that group is kind of reforming. I feel like I'm missing one. What am I missing?
Last month.
That's right. So she's transitioning there. Is there one that's not represented that I'm missing? Library's not. Anyway, thank you for coming. And then obviously Whitney's here from the Chamber of Commerce, so important. And then everyone, of course, is welcome to be here. We say hi to Kim in the sun, so we'll look forward to what comes out of on the front page on Friday. But as I said, we wanted to, and I think an extension of how the council ultimately in their roles of representing the community, they rely on the boards and commissions to advise them, and in some cases, make decisions or at least, have programs they help operate, et cetera. But then you have the broader community. And so as we talked about, how do we do things here in Yountville, we decided to do a questionnaire. And so I'm going to quickly go through the results of that. We got 24 responses, I believe. Is that right? So, which I guess is pretty good here. So I'm going to just go with that. It's pretty good. And we can always do better. But I've also learned through doing this job, and I'm sure Jen, you felt this, is when you go big picture, it's actually on some level harder for the community to engage because there's so many factors, and on some level, I think they just either it's hard to process or it's like, hey, this is what the elected officials are supposed to do, or whatever that is. As we all know, when things, what I call picket fence issues, when they deal with your house or they deal with something that is like impacting you directly, then you fill the room, right? And the room's full because whatever the issue is. And so, I don't take this as anything other than sort of how things work, but I think it's also important to recognize those that did respond. Thankfully there's 24, so I got to read every one of them. And that's one of the good things about not many, but I also think there was some noteworthy insights that were themes, and Hillary put together this graphic, but I just wanted to start with the obvious, which is prioritize resident needs, and I think needs can be a word we could probably talk about all afternoon, but generally speaking, in a town where tourism and other factors come in, you know, you need to figure out how you prioritize the residents. And I will say, one of my running jokes at Yountville is I ran National City, but I grew up in La Jolla, so I can speak Yountvillean. So I'm familiar with this dynamic of being in a very attractive destination. You know, I'm a native La Jollan. I mean, it's interesting how people define local, right? That's another whole conversation of who's a local, who's not a local. But ultimately, it comes down to that balance. That's the word that we seem to use a lot. How do we balance all of this so that the residents feel prioritized? Because ultimately, this is, you know, and I'll say our home, because as you know, I live here, and I think it is critical. But I also do see, you know, it's always somewhere in the middle, because I genuinely see as I walk home or walk to work, residents with their dogs and residents walking around and residents enjoying everything that Yountville has to offer. So it's always something to work on, but that's the top. A lot of comments, and I've heard the history of dog parks. We're going to get into dog parks a little bit, so we can kind of talk about a path forward versus like all of what happened in the past. And then other amenities. I think, you know, other amenities, you know, clearly are our parks and I mean in our streets, right? A street is an amenity. Like when you drive down a street and you don't have a pothole, that's an amenity that we benefit from, partly because of the economy that's created here and the revenues that allow us to keep up with those things. We want to encourage full-time residents. That's something that, you know, is another term I use is perils of prosperity, right? When you have a prosperous town, you know, people want to live here, but a lot of wealthy people just use it as a vacation home. And so you have a lot of housing stock that maybe gets, you know, consumed by these people, and it's frustrating because, you know, the school closing is a clear sign that things have changed, right? And that isn't because of anything other than the perils of prosperity. Things have gentrified or improved, or whatever word you like to use for the conditions. But ultimately, we have to move forward. You know, if we live in the past, we're going to get stuck. And I think this is why, you know, at least me with new eyes, I feel like, okay, what do you want to do about it? I understand it's a problem, and we'll present a few options that the council can consider. The S side, so it needs vision and leadership, right? So hopefully we can do that together. The relationship with the vets home, you know, we could talk about that all afternoon too. But as you know, that's something that really requires an ongoing relationship, so we can address issues. Hopefully, work with those residents so that we can improve their quality of life. Clean water, surprise, surprise, that was on the survey. I walked into 2 water boil notices within my first 6 months. So this is something we have to continue to address. But I will say, with John's leadership and the council's support, that we were able to get this JPA done. That'll be on the stuff that we got done, and I think we're making progress there. Tree maintenance and preservation, Irene talked about that. It was nice to read all the compliments of the town hall staff, so I will sort of highlight that as something that was consistent in the surveys or the questionnaires. And I, like I already said, that's definitely here, and I think people do appreciate that. Emergency preparation and climate initiatives. This always becomes this question of sustainability, resilience. You know, that means different things to different people, but I think we all understand this is a priority. It's just how do we move forward and how do we get things done? Roads. We have the best roads in the valley by far. I think we are committed to maintaining those, but then you get into this question of peds, bikes, and even golf carts. Like, how do we make the roads, you know, more complete is the word that planners use, but it really comes into, you know, some trade-off decisions, because, you know, the third rail to me of all those circulation or transportation or road conversations is always parking, right? And I don't want to talk much about parking today, but parking always becomes the, like, well, we should have a bike lane down Yon Street, and you're like, okay, well, are you ready to get rid of a whole row of parking? And I think most people say, no, we're not there yet. But at some point, flying cars exist. We no longer need, you know, Back to the Future. You know, in the future you're going, we don't need roads. You know, that whole line from what's his name, the scientist. We're not there yet. I had a friend who was in the parking business. He goes, Tomorrowland is a beautiful place, but we have to live here and we have to deal with the reality. And parking is one of those realities that you just have to face. And then exceptional public safety. I think, you know, Mayor said it, it's clear. it's the highest priority. But the nice thing here is all we're trying to do is really maintain it. I mean, there's always little things you can do. And then I saw, a number of things in the comments, which was, let's set an example, and that can be for the valley or all the way up to the planet. And this gets into like sustainability. How do we, if people come to town, they say, wow, this is like, and I know we've all experienced that when you go to certain locations and you see people doing stuff that maybe in your hometown, people are saying you can't do that, right? And then you go to a place where you're like, well, they're doing it. So why can't we do it? So I do think setting an example is something we should aspire to, especially with the business community. And Whitney and I talked about how do we, it's more of motivating. I mean, we can get into the stick if there's a really good sort of ordinance or rule that we want to enforce. But generally, I'm seeing that, and I know Alan was here and gone, but I mean, you walk into Barcelona and you feel like, they're living that for sure. It's on the sign as you walk in. They're platinum, LEED certified. All of those things are things that we can do. So this is generally, again, a lot of good comments, but I think the insights at least I took from reading them and with Hillary's help. So the other thing that I thought was great about the surveys is we asked sort of this question, and if you're familiar with the current strategic framework, as we call it, it has that series of acronyms. It's just town with heart, and town spells out like treasure history and so forth, and then heart spells out certain things. So a number of the comments as we asked about that, said, I don't know, something to the effect of it's gimmicky or it's like it doesn't suit the town. Because like, let's do something that's more, I think, purposeful or meaningful. Let's have a vision that's articulated, concisely. So started to really sort of draw from some of the responses that were in the survey and ended up with this. So it's a vision statement. I'll read it out loud. I think we could spend a little time talking about this in terms of, I'd like to, and I don't know if Jim, it's through the show of hands, like if we're all here, I have, and Hillary apologized that it's not the most, I guess,
Recent.
no, it's the right version. It's just the graphics are the,
Saturation level.
she didn't like the print. So I wanted to print one off because if we're in agreement with this, what I would like to do, and I think this becomes part of a ritual of strategic planning, is that both the council and the executive staff sign. And so, this, if you've seen it around town hall, it exists. But one of the first things I noticed when I saw it, if you see it hanging in the chambers and it's around, it actually has the name of the consultant that created it, the Novak Consulting Group. And I was like, that's weird. It should be us. Like, this is our statement, not the consulting group statement. So I would like us all, once we feel like it's ours, to sign it, and it becomes, it's a vision statement. It also talks about core values, which we interrelate to our budget. But it's also a pledge, right? So like sign it if you believe it, and that's what I want to talk about now. So the statement is to maintain a safe and healthy town that respects. I missed an S. Sorry, I think it's up here. Yeah, respects its history and natural environment while creating an exceptional quality of life for residents by providing value through amenities and services and promoting sustainable businesses and economic development. So again, I want to thank different people, but I'm not going to give credit to anyone specific, but definitely this became one of those things where you're listening to different people and everyone kind of had a little piece of it. So is this the right time, Jim, where we ask the council, like, are we good with this? Is this thumbs up, thumbs down? Do you want to talk about it?
I think in general with this document, it has similarities to the document that you already had that you mentioned. So we're trying not to this afternoon like wordsmith which we want to change when we're here or when we're there, but we're trying to see if there's kind of an overall feeling that yes, this represents what we're looking for, and it captures the survey results that you mentioned even in creating this vision statement. So we could do a little bit of playing with it if there's things that you want to bring up that you think needs to be addressed. So I think that's where we're at this point.
And I saw,
Pam,
Pam, you were first.
I just want to say that, the visioning exercise that we went through first and the survey results are very, very similar. And I really appreciate the graphic and the statements that are in the little boxes with the colors are really, hit the mark as far as sort of synopsis of the survey. And I do appreciate the more down to earth or sort of, I guess you could term it authentic language of the vision statement. But I have to say, I want to say one thing about changing one word, and that would be in response to the questionnaires, but also in response to what Hillary said about making a beautiful, friendly, diverse community. And so instead of premier community, which I think is arrogant, I really would like to see it say not authentic, inclusive community, because we want to include all of our residents, no matter who they are, but also include the visitors and the businesses. So it does describe this town and what our vision is about it.
Are there other thoughts on that particular comment?
Well, this is just an idea, so I'm just tossing this out, because I do sort of agree with what you're saying about Premier. Inclusive can be kind of a word that gets people going in one direction or another. How about, another word for Premier, strong, that was the word I was thinking, strong community. As a, because that kind of implicates what you're saying, because you can't really be strong if you're not including everybody. So that would be one thought I would have. I kind of agree with the question about Premier or the issue Pam said, but I would change it more to strong community, just because I think inclusive can be one of those words that, for better or worse, gets people going. Anyway, that's just a thought.
Because it also includes culinary excellence, arts, businesses that touch upon the importance of our visitors. That's where it aligns a little bit with Premier. What about extended? Yeah, there's a word there, and I don't think we want to get that far into the weeds, but Premier and world class all kind of mean we're setting this example by how lovely we are in all of these elements. So then if you get into inclusive,
Yeah.
and strong, so there's the supportive community, distinctive.
I'm just thinking
Yeah.
about words.
Yeah, no, we're throwing popcorn out.
Yeah, it'd be good. Well, I think, and for those that didn't know the original framework working off of, we had these core values. The only, and this is mainly for budget reasons as we work, because this is integrated. We changed premier destination to premier community. So that was really the only tweak to what existed before, because of kind of what you're saying, like, so I'm open to the words. I just want you to know the context of how that changed a little bit. And instead of thinking they were called key success factors, we're calling them core values, which to me is a different way of saying the same thing. But I think, yeah, this is a good conversation, so I want you to keep. Mary, do you have any thoughts on what we're making?
Yeah, I guess before I come up with, before I get to the word I kind of like, I always think, what don't I don't, we're not being taped, but I do not want to be like St. Helena. You see so much just angst and division and just, they just can never seem to be happy. So I want something that, and I don't think we're like that. I don't know why exactly, but I think we listen to our residents. We provide really great amenities for our residents. We've been fiscally responsible so that we can do all those things. And our council is, very, really favors, a lot of what we've really done and tried to build on that and even keep, maintaining it. So something to,
How about
Unif-
positive?
like unify or something like that. Unity, I like
Keep
that.
using the word balance. How do you feel about balance?
Born, I think, to me, it's boring. Balance. Yeah, balance is like, and I don't know, maybe everyone else likes balance, but balance, yeah, I can understand balance says something, but balance could mean like, you have half people who love stuff and half the people who hate everything. So that's a balance, and I don't want that balance. I want more of a cohesive, unified, something that
Positive.
says, we accept different opinions and we hear you, but we actually listen to you. It's like, and we give it a shot. We try something new. We say yes to a few things. We try some experiments.
About
Anyway,
shared,
that's the kind of
shared.
community.
How do you feel about that? Because I think unified, it's
I
hard to
like
say
that
you're
word.
unified.
Yeah,
Because
yeah.
you're not always.
Share.
This is why we have 5 members on
Yeah.
council. We sometimes are.
Yeah.
Shared?
That word.
Yeah, shared
We
kind
all
of,
share in the.
because unified is almost
Development.
like, we're like little robots. We all kind of believe the same thing. So it's not quite.
We are
the
kind
word,
of
but shared.
raised.
I guess it's not values, the town values, and then it goes on to say what we. So shared kind of goes with what it's talking about, which is value. But anyway, that's.
Feeling
sorry.
consensus on shared.
Hold on a second, hold on. Brent.
I think we're almost there.
Exactly, but I just want to phone a friend.
Now that would get us on the front page.
It's so public.
No, I'm teasing. Wait, go ahead.
Perspective, I think it brings up a nice point, but what I like about community is it's aspirational, and it's visionary. And I think St. Lena, amongst us here in this room, is very accurate. I think community shows that we have a vision for what we want our community to be, and it's okay for us to reach with that. And so, sometimes it's all right. If it feels a little bit out of reach, that's okay. We're aspirational. We're trying to get there. And that speaks to your vision and your leadership. All these other words I think are really wonderful, but I think let's think about what we're trying to achieve. Yes, we have shared values and we're inclusive, of course we are, but we want to be the best downtown in Valley, right? Small town destination like New Market does.
Okay.
That's great. But we've been on this forever. And we don't, we need to acknowledge the consequences of that. What has gotten us is what you were saying, the consequences of prosperity. You got 40% second home. What can't fill our council, some of our commissions, because we don't have enough residents that actually live here. So I appreciate from a marketing point of view how important that is. But we need to realize that there's a consequence that comes with that. We don't have. Go on about fully understand it's an unenforced that cause to the extent that you as a council and you as staff have the ability to push things in a direction. I'm going to use the word balance, but that tries to mitigate some of the consequences. Because we're beneficiaries of your success, but at the same time, we're also we bear the consequences as full-time residents of that decision. So I would just say, I understand from a marketing point of view, inspiration is great. But really, the reality is some of the things we really need to think about. Business model is probably not sustainable. I mean,
there's always been success in the valley. And if you want to be searching. Great. That's the reality. Look at the disparity in income in our. You're going to everybody.
Okay, I'm gonna bring us back up here then.
Sorry.
No, that's very helpful. Thank you.
I also think that shared is an aspiration. Because at this point, it feels like there's a little disparity in town and that our aspiration is that this town become balanced. So we all share in the good and the bad and we strive to be cohesive.
Okay,
One more thing, sorry, I don't know if you were gonna say anything.
No, I'm sorry, I already.
I mean, one point, just to balance the conversation that I heard, no, it's all good, like, to me, this is a good conversation, so. I'll point out the word distinguished, which is in front of businesses, right? It's sort of, I mean, we could easily change that to premier, distinguished premier. Those are somewhat synonymous, right? So I think that exists in the other portion, so.
so we have the description down here where we can play your building, which there's here in the title. So I think what I'm hearing, I'll test this with you as a facilitator, is that it would say shared community. And then we would get into the definition here and try to capture what you've been talking about and perhaps change the word, put the premier in the description.
Another word that came up as a descriptive for shared is cohesive. I mean, if we're all here and rowing together, it's.
No, I think the mayor's.
I remember something that Pam said earlier about kind of authentic words, and I really like that. What about, and I apologize, I keep coming back to St. Helena because it's like something I never want to be.
We're being audio recorded.
Yes.
For the residents.
I tell this to their mayor all the time, what about friendly community? You know, because I think our businesses are friendly, I think our people are friendly, I think it's also aspirational. And it's just like, it's very positive. And, you know, it's, I think that we can sometimes have different opinions, but I think we just do it really well. And we don't, really, I don't know.
We get the.
Yeah, I almost want to.
Just a word, I would like to throw out, friendly community.
I thought you were gonna throw that out the first one. But yeah,
Well, I think.
and it's
why-
authentic.
Unless we want to do a straw poll, but it felt to me like we were almost there with sharing community. And if we add distinguished and friendly businesses, or we take some of the other words we're hearing and we kind of play around with this piece of it, maybe we hit the mark. And I'd like to,
Yeah,
maybe since for purposes of time, maybe this is something we can bring back to you at your next meeting, so you can,
Ooh,
if you.
our home, a friendly place.
Right.
People love.
Yeah, I like that.
Yeah.
So maybe if we can, since we're not ready to quite sign it today, and since I know Hillary's gonna improve the print quality, maybe we do this at our next, one of our meetings in February. So we can vote it, put to bed, so we can get to, because I do think it has a budget impact, just, that's kind of why I want to get it done today, so that as we build your budget, these core values are integrated into that. And it felt like we were pretty good on the vision statement, so I'll just kind of take that as a win unless there's other comments there. Go ahead.
Oh, I just have one really quick question on the vision statement, because, we're gonna sign it. When people say promoting sustainable businesses, I don't necessarily disagree with that word sustainable, but do they mean sustainable in terms of the business model that they're gonna keep producing TOT, which is a really good thing, or sustainable in terms of environmental, or sustainable in terms of
Yeah.
resilience? I just,
I-
when I read that, I thought, what are they talking about? All of which are good ideas,
Well,
but
Susan, I think it's all of them. I mean, truthfully, in my mind, it's all of them. Like, I think it's good to talk about it. It's like, that's why economic development became a word. That word gets used in many different ways, just like sustainable does. But I think, to me, it's like, it's all of them. Like, we need to sustain businesses in terms of making sure that obviously they're prosperous, but I think sustainable in most people's minds, I think, is more of the green initiatives.
or the green?
I think in most people's minds, I mean, I don't want to take a poll and say what is sustainable mean to you, but I think that it definitely means both things, you know, and I think,
Because the reason I asked, and I was gonna look up on Google how long mission statements are supposed to be, but you know, you don't want to get too long. If it means businesses that will grow and maintain, do we really need economic development? That was the reason I was asking.
yeah.
Because those two are sort of the same. And so that's just a thought.
Yeah, no, it's a
Feel
good thought.
free to, because you don't want it too long.
Well,
Has too many conjunctive
Promoting
sentences
the-
and. Excuse me. That's
Yeah.
I look at promoting sustainable as keeping the ones we have now, continuing to promote them. And then we have room for growth. We need to bring in more business. So that's where
Yeah.
attract economic.
Yeah. Well, and you saw this phrase go from here to here, and it's
So I'll, now that I've heard sustainable, I
Yeah.
withdraw my, statement, my objection. It wasn't an objection.
okay.
I'll shut.
So I'm getting general consensus that this is something we can bring back this with and we can do one more round if someone has a new idea. You know, I just like to get it put to bed by the end of February. So I think that we can. Yeah, go ahead.
I just wanted to say that we'll be updating this every year. And I think that for this year especially, economic development is an important component because we are lacking a retail aspect to our downtown. So if we could, focus on that kind of thing, then maybe in a year or two, that won't need to be.
Yeah.
Who knows?
But I'll just add, without hopefully adding too much, that economic development also includes like workforce development, jobs, like it's not just about businesses, right? It's also about people's property values going up and, maintaining, general economic development. So it's not just businesses. So I think these are all things that are great. It's just, getting it again, defining, and you hear a lot of different views. So we will bring this back to you. I think it's easy for us to do a quick edit. And in the meantime, obviously, you know who to call if you have any other, ideas that you think are important. Because I'm happy to present it to you, however, and then obviously boards and commissions and chamber. I want to get this right, but as you know, this is like, as you said, something we can revisit each time we do strategic plan. So.
Cohesive and nice. Thank you.
Yeah, I think
it's
it's
great
great.
acronyms and bringing it together.
It was good. Yeah, I like it.
Okay, well, thank you. What's next?
I think we're ready to move on to the goal setting exercise and have you walk through the board.
Oh, okay. So I'm going to, for purposes of you not having to squint back here, see it front and back. So if you can just grab one and pass it around, so everyone that wants one can grab one. Yeah, those are all extra. So this is at least, for me, I've been sort of joking with people. I feel like today's like final exams, and to me, this is the hardest part of the final. This is like I don't know, what was the part of the verbal in the SAT where you just like sort of dreaded that one section? I don't dread this, but I dread trying to explain it all because it's a lot, and I'm going to try. Jim's giving me 45 minutes, but I'm going to try to do it in 30 minutes. So just bear with me, and I think please, I feel like a teacher, please wait till the end for questions, because I feel like I need to get through it all, and then I can do my best to clarify. And how this is organized is you can see through the columns, it's done, doing, to do, and then new initiatives. And then along the rows, these are plans, projects, programs, and policies, okay? So it's this little 4x4 grid. We've been calling it the priorities grid. We've been talking about it as a staff for quite a while. And so it's clearly not everything, but it's a lot. So bear with me. And then to reiterate, at the end of this, we're going to play the dot exercise. We're going to do the dot exercise where the council's able to place dots. And I'll explain kind of the highlighted stuff, but I think that generally what we're looking for is how you want us to prioritize new initiatives. Done is obviously clear. We finished this. Doing is stuff that's underway. To do is stuff that we are not only prepared to do, but also budgeted to do. Okay, so that's a key distinction. This has been approved either in the current budget or previously. And then the other stuff is obviously generally new. Okay, so that all makes sense to everyone, kind of how it's organized, hopefully.
So it's been budgeted, sorry.
Yeah. Yeah. Doing, and again, I'm going to, since there's however many things, like 100 things here, it's like almost have to do like one every 10 seconds. So I'm going to go through some of this really quick. We already talked about the Park and Rec Master Plan and the study sessions. Those got done. We replaced the tot lot out at Community Park or at North Park. We did a few paving projects this year through our Measure T money. And then we modernized Town Hall in terms of all the technology and the meeting stuff. The fire contract was completed. I believe that's another 3 years. The townwide drainage and flushing, where as you can see, that's also doing, that's sort of an every year thing that John oversees. This is a big one. We got the JPA for the water sampling testing done. So that's something that was big. And then we also ordered 3, or I think we're waiting for the 4th electric vehicle to show up. So it's been ordered. We created the town council handbook. So that document's now online. That's all the governance stuff. And then we transitioned what used to be called the blurb to the Yountville connection. So continue to work with Hillary on modernizing stuff. And then we hired a town arborist. So I put that under policies because it's really leading into what policies we want to have with trees. So that's the done stuff. So that's a lot. So I want to take a moment to congratulate the staff for, in addition to, setting the stage every day for the song and dance, as John said, and Sam doing all the stuff she does to make people healthy and happy, and on and on and on of the day to day. These are some significant accomplishments. Okay, so the doing. We're in this process of updating the transition plan, which those of you know was something that came up in terms of some of the parking at the parks. We're working with the county to update what we call our EOP, which is our emergency operations plan. That's really being led by the county, but we're definitely involved in that. We have done one community workshop, and we're in the process of improving our town hall landscaping, our front yard, and we will continue with study sessions based on need. The community center upgrades was really 2 projects that we were looking at: a shade structure and enclosing the barbecue. So we're looking at that budget. We've started a process with kind of a ad hoc group between the PRAC, or the Park and Rec group, and the Public Art Commission. So we're looking at how we can better use the town plaza or the town square. The Vineyard Park enhancements, we have a whole plan for that. That'll have to come back to you in budgeting because we were unable to secure the grant. So we applied for a grant, we didn't get it. So we'll have to do a scaled down version of that. So John's working on that, and you'll see that. Where did I? Oh, and then modernize. There's a lot going on at the wastewater treatment plant that John can get to his CIP. The sheriff's contract needs to be renewed. It's up in June, so we're having that conversation, and you'll start to see some numbers at the next council meeting in terms of what we anticipate there. Back to drainage and flushing. Always, emergency prep and outreach, we're always doing that as well. One of the new ideas is to activate the barbecue here in the back by doing these community grill out. What did you call it? Community cookout? Community cookout with the fire department. So that's coming. We intend to have National Night Out, which is an annual thing with the police or the sheriff. And that can be coupled with this idea of neighbor meetups, which we've talked about. So we're working on that together. The local BID budget. I talk about the BIDs over here in terms of, excuse me, I said BID. Yeah, it's a TID, the Napa Valley TID, which I'll just talk about it now quickly. Every hotel in Napa Valley has a 2% additional charge that goes 75% to regional, which is Visit Napa Valley, and 25% to local. So the local TID is something that we work together with the hoteliers to decide. And with the chamber, with Whitney. Whitney has a rep on there. I'm the treasurer. We have 4 general managers and 1 council member, which is council member Keith Can. So I'm working on that now. I'm going to present a budget to that group. This isn't a council budget, but we're obviously involved in trying to figure out how to make sure that money's being used to put heads in beds. I mean, that's kind of the purpose of it, but that's what that is. And then when I get over here, I'll talk a little bit about the renewal. We're almost ready, and we're going to pilot. We like to use the word pilot in government because it gives us a little test run to make sure it works before we fully commit to it. But there's a app called SeeClickFix. A lot of municipalities use this. This will, in essence, replace the Myville app, which, based on what I've seen, nobody uses. And so it gives you this opportunity to make service requests throughout town. So you have this app on your phone. It'll also be on your website. The staff will also use it if somebody calls and says, hey, there's a pothole here, there's a tree here, or there's a whatever. But the nice thing about if you take a picture of it, it does a GPS, so the town staff knows exactly where it is. It sends it to the right person. So this will be an upgrade that we intend to roll out here fairly soon. And then we've been doing a broadband study through IT, which is something that's really looking at broadband, which is kind of an issue in the Valley and obviously Yountville as well, on how we can make that better and more reliable. And then we're talking about reserves or the fund balance targets. We talked about that earlier. That's a critical policy that we need to hone in on. We're preparing the biennial budget. The ISO rating, and this is an interesting one because I'm not even sure what that stands for. Someone asked me and I looked at it and it doesn't make sense in terms of the acronym. But what it is what insurance companies use to establish kind of premiums, and they look at fire risk. So it looks at two main factors: the capacity of your fire department and the reliability of your water. And so both of those things factor in. The insurance adjusters look at all of this. I will tell you, because of the decision that was made last year to approve the fire contract, which included additional staffing, we now have 3 people on each of the rigs. We're already going to improve from 3 to 2. It's a scale of 1 to 10. And I do think, talking to Chief Marcucci, if we're able to do some stuff with the water, we might be able to get to a 1. So there's a big benefit to the town, obviously, by showing that we are at a 1, which is the best you can be. It should either be able to help you keep your premiums down, which is the reality in today's environment, or in some cases even get insurance. A lot of people struggle in the Valley to get insurance, and all of those things are important, but that's just something we're working on. And then 2 kind of regional or state things. We're always generally tracking state legislation. It's a full-time job to try to pay attention to what they're doing in Sacramento, but that's something we need to keep up with. And then there's this, what I talked about before, which is the County Climate Action Plan that's being done through the County Climate Action Committee, which Vice Mayor Tripp and Councilmember Reed serves on. So these are all things that are happening. And then things that are on our to-do list. And I use the acronym NOYO. I know some people like that and don't like that, but obviously that means North Yountville. And as businesses are opening and we're trying to look at that area, parking and circulation. But the main thing that's starting to happen are the next 2 things, where I think that Vine Trail will be in this room next week, I think it is, to talk about the segment to St. Helena. That, for me, creates questions of how do they link into, the original mile, I'm calling it, or the $1 million mile, some people call it. But I think we need to start to think about, especially that connection up in Madison, how it gets over to Crossroads. And, we've done some of that, but I think this is also, it's a project, but we need to really look at it. And then, we can kind of work our way down and figure out, okay, what's the best, safest way to make bike connections sort of through the town. So that's stuff that we've been talking about. And then once we finish the transition plan, we're going to have to make decisions about what improvements are at the parks based on the ADA transition plan. Charging stations and outlets, that's always something we're talking about in terms of EV vehicles, looking at the parks having electrical outlets for things like food trucks to plug in or other things to be greener. There is a commitment to build a Class 4 bikeway from the county. This is a verbal commitment. We're working on them. A Class 4 bikeway, just for those that, there's 4 classes, it's confusing, but a Class 4 bikeway is what cyclists call sometimes a cycle track. And so what that means, it's a delineated 2-way bike lane. Sometimes it can be 1 way on by the side of the road, but the difference is it's delineated, meaning there's a barrier, okay? And those barriers come in different shapes and sizes. But right now, Crossroads from town all the way to Silverado Trail is what they call a class 2 bikeway, which is basically undelineated bike lanes within the street right of way. So by shifting the vehicular lanes to the south, you're able to create a cycle track on the north that actually will take you all the way from town to Silverado Trail. But there's literally no curb cuts if you think about it all the way out to the park. So you'll be having a walking, biking trail, which will be much safer on the Crossroads. And this is due to our ability to collaborate with the county, because the county was already planning on repaving Crossroads next year. So we talked to them. We said, how about this? And by some miracle chance, they said yes. So we're all like feeling good about that. So we initiated it, but they're going to build it, or we're going to collaborate with them depending on how that connection gets made from Madison all the way to the Crossroads. All right. Attracting hotel groups, filling occupancy voids. This is partly what I think both the regional and the local TID need to be collaborating on. I've talked to Whitney a lot about this. We're trying to figure out what this means. I mean, we're standing here in January, which is, based on the stats, the hardest time to fill rooms. So, we don't need to come up with events in July, August, and September, right? We need to come up with things that we can do now that sort of create that. So we are going to be, and I'll just jump down quickly to the renewal and then I'll go back. We're going to be working with them. The TID, which is that 2% I talked about, has to renew every 10 years. Okay. This is like something, and it isn't our vote, but we are the taxing entity. So there is a role for the council that we have to sort of, in essence, endorse this pass through, I'll call it, where because we collect the TOT, we collect it, and then we give it both to the regional share, which is Visit Napa Valley, and then the local TID. And then the local TID distributes it to the chamber and other things that are intended for heads of beds. So we will have a decision here very soon that if we support the renewal, which is a 10-year renewal.
And is that voted on by the people?
No.
No.
Voted on you by the council, just as the pass-through taxing entity. The hoteliers vote on themselves. It's a self-assessment.
Okay.
So they're voting to assess themselves. But something that's coming, and again, kind of relates back. And then I already talked about the barbecue stuff, community. Why do I keep losing this? What did you call it? The community cookouts. And then ADU streamlining incentives is sort of thrown in there, and that's something we've talked a lot about through housing. Small project grants, that's something we're going to probably talk about with the council in March. We went and talked to the Yountville Community Foundation at the last meeting. There's money in the budget to do small project grants. So we're working on a plan for that. So stay tuned. You'll see something probably in one of your March agendas where we'll hopefully move that forward. And then the idea of stabilizing public art. We have a great public art program here. Everyone benefits from it, but it's partially and somewhat dependently funded based on impact fees. Impact fees are based on, commercial permits. So if we don't have a lot of people applying for commercial permits, then we get into a question of how do we fund our public art program. And so that's something we could talk about through the local TID. We could talk about through the general fund. We could come up with other ideas, but we want to make sure that that program at least, has some stability so that we can plan ahead. Because I think, Rhonda's shaking her head. It takes time, right? You need to kind of plan 2-3 years out in terms of making sure that the art cycles are working, and there's a lot to that. But that's what that's all about. Revising the tree ordinance, we already talked about that. We're working with the arborist on what scope of work that would be. I talked about earlier through Irene of transparency, accountability, and education with permits. So we had a staff report on that. Hillary now, as the acting clerk, is gearing up for the elections. So, modernize is always a word of what does that mean? But I think at the end of the day, we're just trying to get prepared, hear everyone out, and make sure that whatever we're doing is improving our elections here in town. Retail attraction with the chamber, talked about that. That can be a lot of things. And then a local climate action plan, which at some point will come our way after the county finishes their work. So that's all that stuff. I'm going to pause there before I go into new initiatives, because I feel pretty good about everything. I feel like I got that all out pretty quick. I'm just wanting to check my
Yes, you
time.
did.
It's pretty good. All right. Yes.
Housing authority renewal contract, is that's a to-do, right?
Yeah, that
Is
should be on the
something
to-do
we
list.
should-
Yeah, you're right.
Just.
Thank you.
just checking.
Thank you.
Just wanted to know we pay attention.
Yeah, I appreciate that. I was gonna give myself an A+, but I'm gonna go for an A.
You just have an A.
Whatever.
Was that in a different column? Where did you?
No, that wasn't in there, but that would be on the to-do list.
Yeah.
Our contract doesn't.
Contracts, yeah.
Okay.
Okay, we ready to get into new initiatives? Yes, go ahead. Kim.
Did you say that the to-do budget already?
Yeah, I mean, for the most part, yeah. I mean, certain things don't require budget, but yes, when I talk about the projects, and I actually skipped over because it's in green, so I'll start there because I also want to explain what green means, okay? Because it's a little bit of a unique twist on the dot exercise. So there is currently a budget line item for the Washington Street beautification and parking project. So what that is the end of town south of Vets Park. There's kind of a big dirt area where you see the bee bus parked a lot or other, it's always puddling and it's basically just dirt, right? I mean, and gravel and
Yeah.
sandbag. Yeah, it's generally on. So we went through a process to design a project, which was basically parking and, trees and beautification. And then as we started to look at that together, we figured out a way to reconfigure that so that we could create what I call a dog run, fenced dog run, which is a long, skinny area where you can basically go play fetch with your dog within a fenced in area. So if you admit, and we have, we can show you obviously once we get into CIP what that would look like, but it's pretty easy to visualize, perpendicular parking along the street edge, a fence right behind it. You already have a fence along the freeway line. So it's a few hundred feet where you can literally go in, unleash, throw your dog, no issues, right? So,
Throw the ball. Parlay.
or throw your dog, depending on how it's behaving. Sorry. Yeah, if it's, so I've learned a lot about dog parks. I've actually,
Did you say a couple hundred feet?
no, long is the question.
It's narrow.
I mean, it sort of,
Just in
it sort of
general, I don't
comes
see
down. I
apartment,
think it's
just-
probably, I would say 20 or 30, maybe 40 feet wide. John can look at that on this.
It's okay.
Wide enough. Let me put
Wide
it that way. I have built 3 dog parks in my life.
Okay.
I don't want to go through the saga of all of those dog parks, but not all dog parks are alike. And there's a lot of passion around dog parks for good reason, because a lot of people are passionate about their dogs. So I don't want to go into the past. I've heard, and actually in the surveys, a lot of people got into the dog park issue, which I know is an issue here in town. So the point here is that we can build a fenced dog run there. The other thing that's on the green dot is a pilot for off-leash dog hours at all or a few or whatever we decide at our park. And generally, I think how that typically works is like you have like an hour after sunrise and an hour before sunset. People can go out with their dogs at Vineyard Park or North Park or whatever park y'all decide, and you can be off leash as long as, and this is where you have to create a really big sign that says, these are the rules, right? You have to have your dog under voice control. If your dog's this or that, then, you lose your privilege, et cetera, et cetera. This is why it's a pilot, because, we're not inventing this, by the way. Many communities do this. But I think that the idea of combining these 3, and I told the council, if you want to put a dot over here on the line versus on above or below the line, then you can, in essence, prioritize all 3. So that we would be able to integrate the fenced dog park into the project that's already budgeted. And then you would also be asking the staff to pursue a pilot for off-leash hours, right? So this is the one instance where you can have a hybrid dog. You can't do it anywhere else, just so you know. I know in the past people want to do that. It's like playing roulette, right? You want to put it on four numbers instead of 2. This is your one option to do that, okay? So that's that. And then going to the top, the Yes site, which I highlighted here in both areas, is really both a plan and a project, right? I mean, and it starts with a plan always, but I think this is all something that, I'll talk about here in a minute a little more. But, that's the only reason that that's highlighted, okay? So I wanted to put that out there as I go through new initiatives, so you kind of understand some of the nuance to the dot exercise. Refine the general plan is a term that I use. I don't know what that means. You just updated it or adopted it. I think it was 2 or 3 years ago. Usually, it's a miracle if you do it every 10 years. Usually communities do it like every 20 years, has been my experience. So you can get into refinements if there are specific issues the council wants to address. But I would clearly not advise you to get into any kind of major revision or comprehensive update of your general plan. It's just not time yet. But one of the things that has been talked a lot about is really what's going on west of the highway. So part of that was generated through the general plan discussion. There was no zoning change or anything that was done legislatively to rezone the Vine Trains property, but there was talk about putting a hotel there. So that's something that can be discussed. But I think more importantly, we're trying to figure out the right way to work with the Vets Home and potentially Shandong, because a portion of their property is in the town. And how do we really look at land use on that side of the freeway? Because we obviously focus most of our energy here. So I do think there's an opportunity. We'd have to talk about that. You see here when I put, I should have mentioned this in the beginning, the department, but when I put the O in the front, that's me in essence saying we're going to need outside professionals to help. This is not within the purview of your current staff. And something like that would be definitely something Irene and I would work together on, try to scope it out based on the direction we get, and come back with a proposal to you to say, okay, this is going to cost you $100,000 to do this. Is this something that you really want to do? We know you want to do it, but is the value proposition, worth putting it in the budget? So those will be like the value decisions you might get into in budgeting, depending on where these dots fall. A local historic register is actually having a town of Yountville register of historic places or sites or what have you. We rely on the regional one. Napa has one. So there are properties that are designated. I think it meets most of the need, but obviously we had an issue with a historic home. And the question of, is it historic, is a question that really is a big question. And it's not like we can arbitrarily say things are historic or not. There's strict guidelines from what they call SHPO, which is the State Historic Preservation Office, which says here are your guidelines. But if it's on a local register, if we decide, okay, it's on the register based on that criteria, and there are different things you can do through permitting, where you could put up red flags if somebody's submitting for a permit on anything that's designated historic at the local level. The Bike Ped Master Plan. Similarly, we rely on the regional bike master plan. Bike master plans have been going on for a long time. We're now sometimes calling them multimodal plans or bike ped plans or what have you. We've looked at it, but again, when you look at things as specific as how do you get from the Vine Trail on Madison out to the crossroads, the county's plan is not that specific. So if we wanted someone to come in as an outside professional, look at the town, propose ideas on how we can improve bike and ped safety, that's something we can do, but that would probably be through John's shop, and we would get into another similar scoping exercise where we would decide how far we want them to go. And then you would potentially then have options in the future of what capital projects you would want to prioritize based on, segments and different areas where we can improve bike and ped connections through the town. Update the heritage tree survey. This kind of starts with the tree ordinance, but we have something in our ordinance that talks about heritage trees, which are protected at a higher level. It hasn't been updated for, I think we said 15 years-ish. So obviously trees grow and trees change, so we might want to look at updating that. But I would tell you, we need to first figure out what we're doing or from a policy standpoint before we really get deep into planning that. And then talked about the Yes site. Vets Park enhancements. There's been some discussion. This is beyond what I was talking about with the dog run, about making some improvements at Vets Park. I've heard of different sort of ADA things and what have you. So if this is a priority, we can get a little more into what that means. The idea of a class 4, I already explained what a class 4 bikeway is, but one of the sort of simple solutions, but it's not our project. It would be CalVet's project, would be to build a class 4 up California. And if you have a class 4, I've been in town long enough to see all the wheelchairs and scooters that come up and down that street because we've all heard that the sidewalk is, not sufficient. So, I think, again, not our project, but we clearly could at least demonstrate to hopefully the Vets Home and work with them on how that could come about. So kind of a simple solution to a long-standing problem, but it does have issues to it. It's not that simple. But there's enough width on California to make it happen, but you have to get into a number of other things. And again, it's not our project, so I'm very sensitive to telling people how to do work in their jurisdiction. It's sort of like, okay, we have to focus on our job, but this is such an important connection into town that I think it's worth talking about. Exploring a microgrid, talked about that. A microgrid is in essence sort of a grid off the grid. We all suffered today for at least, thankfully, only 15 minutes. I was sitting in my home office panicking for a text from the mayor. First, is power out in your house? Yes. Power's out everywhere. I'm like, okay. Do we have backup generator at the community hall? We started working through all the questions, and I know historically it can be crippling to this town, especially the commercial corridor when we have that. So I do think exploring a microgrid makes sense, both from that resiliency standpoint, but also from a sustainability standpoint. Because if you can start to, generate power, and we're getting better at it, and storing it, we're getting better at it too. You can really conceive in the town of Yountville how we could have a microgrid that works. So that's what that is. We already talked about the dog parks. The restoring of the park and rec staff, something that, working with Sam on, she kind of highlighted that based on Jen's retirement. And then pop-ups, activations. This has been kind of an idea of how do we do stuff, whether it's at the town square or in other areas where we can create more activity. And I think that's a good conversation we're sort of having through the TID, but I think it's something also that the council could inspire. CERT is a program that is, in my mind, countrywide. I know it's at least all through California, and it stands for Citizen Emergency Response Team. Is that right? Something like that. So this is a program where the town would have to get behind it, but we would train and recruit volunteers. It's not just like show up. You have to go through like a whole weekend of training where you understand emergency response. I understand American Canyon has like a really big and effective. There's a nice thing about those programs, because I have one in my previous jurisdiction, is they become a little bit of like family or a little group, and then you can rely on them also for like events. They get trained to do traffic control and other things. So it can be a really good program, but it's not like, Hillary sends out a little notice and everyone shows up. You have to like really create incentives and recruit people. So there is a need to put some resources behind it. Utility underground assessment at D's is districts. We're looking at utility undergrounding. One thing that you can do, which generally people don't like because they want it to be free, is if neighborhoods are really focused on an underground project, you can create an assessment district and you assess yourself through your property tax, but then the town can bond against that assessment and can do big projects because rarely do you have enough money, and it's very hard unless you have a really big commercial project to make those things happen. So we're always kind of piecemealing it. This is an opportunity to maybe look at it a little bigger picture. Historic information and archives. That was something I threw in there because, I've talked a lot. Obviously, the history is rich. We've talked about whether it's the library or the clerk's office, like how do we start organizing that information, creating, usually, at least where I'm from, it was done through the libraries. But since we don't control the library, maybe we partner with them or we can have a conversation. But, and then the garden club, pun intended, sort of sprouted from the front yard discussions, like we had a conversation. And there are, master gardeners, people that are willing to volunteer, something we could get involved. And then the nice thing is if it becomes a real program that people support, then you can rely on them to, do some of the maintenance, which obviously, we do a pretty good job here of maintaining our parks and landscape, but you can go to the next level with those kinds of things. So that's that idea. And then finally, under policies, the new strategic framework, is what we already talked about, right? So this will come back to you. So that's sort of, and then, legislative advice or advocacy, typically, especially in a town this size, you have to hire someone, and there's all these people running around the state that offer this service. But I'll tell you, one, it's not cheap. Two, I think between myself and especially your town attorney, we have a pretty good handle on it. But if you felt the need, like, hey, we need to pay closer attention because of local control issues and things, you can hire someone to act in that role. And those people are up in Sacramento, and it's all they do, and then if an issue pops up, you can make a phone call, and they're doing whatever they do. But I think the other nice thing, at least I've noted about the Valley, is you're very connected with your legislators, and I think that you have that access. So in some cases, you may not need someone like that, but that's what that is in case you felt you needed it. The idea of reviewing and revising conditional use permits. So we use the term use permits around here a lot. And we have programs that monitor them and so forth. I'm more accustomed, and I think generally speaking in local government, we refer to CUPs as conditional use permits. And everyone I think that's in planning use that as a term. And I haven't heard that term used here. So I want to start using that term, because a conditional use permit is obviously something you can put conditions on, right? And so this becomes a big thing here because we have lots of conditions. And I do think that most of them are good. And so I think if you wanted to look at reviewing that policy, potentially revising it so we can attract more retail, or we can manage parking better, or we can do other things that are standard conditions that you're seeing as like, hey, these are things that maybe we need to relook at because times have changed and the council has changed. I think that's something we could definitely look at. But I do think that's back to outside professional. We would need someone to come in and assist Irene and I in that effort. And then you have reach codes. That's being talked about at the County Climate Action Committee. This is a big subject. I think I'll call it regionally, but there's a lot to it. We can talk about it, but it basically means that you are adopting building codes ahead of what the state is. The state updates them every 3 years, where they look at everything and they try to make changes that are balanced between sustainability issues and, truthfully, I'll call it economic development, which is sort of how do these things continue to move forward so you don't create almost done. And then we'll get. Do you want to augment the reach code thing?
Yeah,
Okay, go ahead.
just at the last meeting, the county pledged to go ahead with the reach code idea, and they would be the first and provide support for any municipality that want to go after it.
Okay. Yeah, I've heard a lot, so I don't want to get into a big conversation on the reach code, but I think that's and I think it's a conversation we should have. But I also think it's being led by the county, so that's good to hear. But I've also heard cities where they're wholeheartedly rejecting it, and for legal reasons, and you have town attorneys advising against it. So this is a conversation that needs to happen, but I don't think today we'll go too deep into it. But that's sort of what it means. And I think obviously, if you can balance those things out, then it makes sense, right? But if you're not finding whatever balance makes sense to you, then you have to question that. And then the PCI, or the Pavement Conditions Index of 80 plus, we're at what, 78, 77, 79. So we're almost there. So getting to 80 is something I know John and I talked about. It's been a goal for a while. It's a great goal, by the way. I mean, being that high is a huge achievement.
You get a lot more federal and state funding for sidewalks once you're 80 and above.
Yeah.
You're definitely, right now, you can only, get like Measure T money for the streets and roads, but it brings in a lot of other things as well as, I think, like.
Federal money.
Well, it creates more flexibility with the funding you have, really,
Right.
is the right way to think about it.
That's probably.
Yeah.
Okay.
And then single-use carryout plastics, we talked about that. Artificial turf ban, we talked about that. The last two things kind of get to this question of, is there a way for us to incentivize or create more long-term residents, right? This is the other thing. We don't like short-term residents. We don't like short-term rentals. We've done a good job, in my opinion, managing short-term rentals. There's always, the need to police that, but I think the policies are solid. And I think for the most part, I've only heard one complaint since I've been here. So, there's some communities that are just consumed with this subject. And all they're doing is chasing short-term rentals. So congrats on not being one of those communities. But I think the one thing that was new to me, and it does exist, but it does require a vote of the people, of the residents, is you can promote a second home tax. So San Francisco, Oakland, I think San Jose, and that seems like the big cities, and I'm sure Berkeley and others that are pushing this. But basically, that idea is like if it isn't your primary residence, but you have to disclose when you have your property tax, then you can levy tax. You get into all the rules or laws of taxing, which, as long as you have a vote, are pretty flexible, but it does require a vote. And so this would be a conversation we would need to have. When you bring an initiative forward, it's not cheap, as you know, and you're really kind of trying to get a sense of what would you use the money for, because that becomes the other side of the question. And I think one thing that has come up, which the incentive for long-term rentals, I think there's probably some easy things, and then there's probably hard things. And I think one of the easy things that we started to talk about was our current program for monitoring rental properties. And maybe there is an incentive if you have a year-long more lease, maybe that waives the fee. You don't have to be monitored because you're demonstrating it's a long-term lease versus a month-to-month type of lease. So I think there's ways to sort of get into that issue a little bit, but it's not fully baked yet. I would tell you we need to spend some time, really researching that and coming back to you with a policy that we feel comfortable implementing. But those are, again, ideas to discuss. So how did I do, Jim, time-wise? I feel like I'm on time here. Good? All right. I just want to re-explain. Are we going on the dot exercise, or are you going to?
Yeah, so we want to take a little question period now.
Okay.
Make sure that everything, particularly on the last column here, the new initiatives column, that the town council really understands everything you see there, and you're kind of thinking about where you're going to put these dots. I put it up on the board here. Brad's going to walk you through the gold, red, green, blue. And as you come up to do the red, green, blue, you could be talking about why you're putting it in a particular place. So just as that's coming up.
Before you get started, 5-minute break.
We could do
Yeah,
that.
why don't we do questions? Any questions?
Questions, and then we'll break, and then we'll do dots.
So we eat,
Go ahead.
we get a total of how?
7 dots.
That's what.
So I'm going to explain what Jim explained in the beginning, because here's the idea. Okay, we're going to do the gold dot first. And by the way, I did through texting get Council Member Knight's dot request. So I'm going to be able to be his proxy, or at least place his dot, so you all know. So here's the sequence of events. We're going to do the gold dots first. And I generally kind of want to orchestrate that. We'll talk about it when we get back from the break. So that'll be the first thing we do. And then each of you will have the opportunity to come up and stand here, or whatever you're comfortable with. And just know this is not on an easel. This is so when you're placing your dots, just be mindful that we're low tech here. But all your dots are back here. So you will get, 1 blue, 1 green, and 1 red. And so the idea during that is that all of you will come up here and place those dots, but also kind of explain your thinking and talk to your colleagues and the community about, okay, I'm doing my green dot here because this is why I think, and so on and so forth. Okay, and so once all 4 of you, are done with that, and I would also tell you, if this is the time for you to kind of state your policy views and your priorities, because once you're done hearing each other speak, my view, and this was a little different than how you have rolled it out, and we can do it however you want to do, by the way. I'm just making up rules because I've done the dot thing many times, and I did want to create some continuity between the study sessions. So this is why I wanted you to be talking about red, green, blue. And I think you can also the silver then becomes like, I think you should all do it at the same time. First coming up and making another speech about the silver dots. This would be my view. So you can place it all up there, and then we get to look at it, because then you'll start to see a pattern a little bit.
Where do what are the silver dots again?
Silver dots and gold dots are, just think of them as money.
Okay.
But I mean, they're your priority. It doesn't have to be money, but it has no other, it's not health, safety, or climate. So yeah, it's just, this is, what you want to see as your priority. So I think after you spend your time doing again red, green, and blue, and explaining your thought, if you also want to say, and I'm really hoping people put their silver dots on the garden club, because I've really been working on the garden club, and I think that it's really important. So let's all get together and let's all support this, right? You can try to make your pitch. This is the Brown Act safety zone where you can do that. We have the public here and everyone's listening. But I think that's kind of how I envision it. And then you kind of come up here as the second round, and you all look at it, and you can, and you can we'll also ask the public to comment, in between, so you can make whatever comments you want to make if you're interested in saying, hey, I really advocate for this because of whatever reason. And then you're gonna all come up and do the silver ones. And then I think Jim will facilitate kind of what you see, and I'll do that, and then we'll take final remarks, and we're done, right?
Wait, 1 silver,
3 silver, 1 gold.
3 silver, that's what I wrote down.
3 silver, 1 gold.
Put it up at that board too, if that's helpful.
Here, mine and
No, Terry didn't have no scissors. So any questions on this last column before we take a break? Kind of with these.
So
things.
we're only gonna concentrate on the last column. The to do is already on the VIP, right?
Yep.
All right, let's take a break. Thank you.
Yes. That's right. Correct.
I think it's about.
It was okay.
We started. But well.
It's hard to know. So riffing.
You started. Oh, that's so fast.
That's really cool. They don't. Lives. You're really cool. I just like to ask questions.
Now, and so.
We might have it getting too warm now.
Yeah. I think we need to upgrade Gary's room on the left.
I brought it with me.
I did talk to him.
No, I knew I was gonna need a little bit of caffeine and I'm like.
Well, right now, I think we're good dog, which. Blue is help. Yes, I would agree. That would mean health and wellness for. Yeah. Good idea. Huh? For you. Yeah.
I like that, okay. I know, love that. We're close. Yeah. Yeah, you gotta continue to work on it every year, yeah.
And this Medicare fund, we only have 80 million.
Yeah.
So then for silver, which has fallen in the category.
Right.
Silver is things that don't fall in the grade. Yeah.
As long as we're all confused, I guess that's all.
Yeah, so I think if it means what I think it means, so what Jim told me, I think maybe that's part. Microgrid.
Yeah, yeah. I like, that. Yeah, explore microgrid could be very good.
And then.
So-
So I kind of like that.
It's an easy one. It's easy.
Why spend $300,000? Let's give it a fair.
Yeah, that's an interesting point. Yeah.
Why it's not killing us, not great. Why everything, why?
I don't know. I like this as an easy win.
Okay.
Doing all the pilot thing, that's
Yeah.
super
Yeah.
easy,
We had
doable.
so good. It's about.
Right, no, I totally agree. Totally agree. So now, I can do it.
Yeah, I like that, I like that master plan, I think that's really good. That's parks enhancements, sure.
What we learned, you know,
Think that's-
before we had the process. This gives us.
I think this should also.
Because of the shame.
Patients, I mean, whatever. Underground is never. Yeah, like your baby. Yeah, good idea.
And then. Yeah.
Yeah. Well, everything was like, almost just an info, like, you need like a, like, find it, they're running the board, I forget. I told him, it's actually off, right? But it'll be a better because you could do the pilot then.
All right, Mary, you want to start yelling?
Okay, I can start yelling.
All right, come back together.
I'd like to.
Oh, no.
Get in people's spaces, but
No, no.
I get a lot of dog on there.
No.
I'm gonna lay the dots.
Hey, can you?
Agriculture was like.
All right, the staff ready?
Yeah, we're ready.
Okay, you got it, go.
One thing on the dots, Brad, can we put multiple dots on one thing? Is that, we can't,
Oh,
I can't see why not.
okay.
are you going all in on a dog park?
How did you guess that?
Okay, well, welcome back. I think they're, gonna work out their dinner plans back there. All right, well, let's. Okay. I
Yours
see,
is
I see.
longer.
Okay. All right, so a few clarifications just based on a few questions I heard, which I think, you know, and clearly this is not a science. This is an art, and it's sort of an art project when we get into coloring the stickers. But one question, you know, as we get into the dots, yeah, you can place more than one dot if you really want one thing to happen. Sure. I think that's fine. You know, I think that I think also when you do red, green, and blue, there may be things in here, under the done, doing, and to do that you say, like, for safety, I just really want to see emergency prep education and outreach, to be continued to be prioritized. So I'm going to put my red dot over there because that's what's the most important for me from safety point of view. So you can do that, but I think, as you know, what we're trying to do is we're trying to get to a place where we can come back to you with a budget that hopefully meets your needs. And as I said, most of this stuff is budgeted. Obviously you can put more into things and those kind of things, but I would encourage you to emphasize or at least focus your energy here. But yeah, you can make a point or spread stuff out. And I think as you get ready to place your, green, red, and blue dots, one, I would tell you, try to keep it to 5 minutes. If you go to 10 minutes, I mean, shoot, I just went 40 minutes. So trust me, I know that it takes time to explain things. But do your best to be concise. And if you want to talk about other things, well, I was thinking about this, but I'm going to put it here. The soapbox is yours. The floor is yours. Say what you'd like. But just try to stay concise and also try to, kind of focus on where you're going to put the dot. Like this is why, and this is the reason. So that. The other question I got, which I think is a really good question, is restore park and rec staffing. Like this is the only where, just so you know, when I talk about these 4 Ps, plan, projects, programs, and policies, like I have a 5th P, which is not on the board, which is people. And people gets into staffing levels, it gets into a lot of those sorts of things. And we're not talking about that. And I kind of was looking at that when I was talking, and I was talking to Sam at the break. Our intent is to bring to you a budget. Now, this is assuming we have the revenues, right? And I'm still waiting to see the revenue numbers, but I'm feeling confident based on what I'm seeing at this point that we can present a budget to you that restores those staffing levels. So I guess what I'm telling you is you don't have to put a dot here. This is going to come back to you as long as we have the revenue growth that we're expecting, okay? So that's the only area where there's really a people thing on here, so I just wanted to make that clear. So again, you can vote on that in April or May and or give us the direction we need when you vote on the final budget, but that's our expectation. So
No dots. We don't need a dot here.
yeah, I would say, we won't be offended, and we intend to bring that back to you anyway.
I had a plan. So.
Yeah. No, I know. I think that's a fair comment because I could get into a lot of staffing things we're talking about, in public works and clerk's office, but we're working, and this is where the hard part of budgeting is. You really have to do this back and forth until you know the revenues and really everything. What can you present? Sometimes things for us change at the last minute because things like pandemics all of a sudden change the world in a day. So you have to be mindful of that through the budgeting process. So again, I would tell you don't have to put it there, but we all know that that's important. Okay, so here's what. Are there any questions on how the dot exercise works? Here's your little yes, ma'am.
All right, so I got we're all doing our speeches, our red, green, and blues. We all sit back down. There's red, greens, and blues all over the place. Talk me through silver again.
Okay, at that point, you've all heard each other. Maybe I make some comments or answer some questions. And then all simultaneously, you come up here and grab 3 silver dots and place them. So you're all going to be up here kind of doing your thing. Okay, and then we sit back down and then we talk.
Okay,
All right.
so we don't talk about the red, green, and blue.
You talk about these as you're placing them.
Oh.
But not.
Okay, but not the silver. Talk about the silver after.
Okay.
Okay, because I think this is the point. Usually all you have is silver and everyone just goes up and does this. But I think by having this continuity with what we did in study session, it also lets you talk about, health, safety, and climate in kind of a different way. Because sometimes those are hard things to just prioritize. So that's the point. And I want to orchestrate the gold dots because I wanted to explain 2 things. The first thing was I was able to at least read the notes from the year ago. Did you call it goal setting workshop? I don't even know what it was called. Priority, whatever you called that thing with ILG. And so there was a lot of good notes in there. It was a little tricky because, as I said, I feel like you were trying to do 3 things at once. But the one thing that was clear to me, or was actually because you did the dot thing, is the only thing that got 5 dots amongst the current council was the yes site. So I think, and I've talked to you all kind of individually, and Eric has given me his dots. So I think if we can, by show of hands, reaffirm that that's our highest priority, then I'm just going to put the gold dots on the yes site. And, you know, we could talk about things if you want, but just know that we are actively, you know, trying to acquire the site. Clearly, we're negotiating, so I don't want to be talking, you know, too publicly, because those are the things that make, you know, those sorts of deals fall apart. But I do think as we get into, you know, amenities, and obviously the reason I put it as both the plan and projects is if we are able to acquire the site, you know, we will have to go through community planning and talk about, you know, all the things that the community wants for that site. So if by show of hands you're all good showing your gold dots on the yes site, then I'm just going to do that. You're nodding. I'm assuming that means hands up.
Oh, I'm sorry, yeah. It's a mistake. I just do one thing at once.
So, Jim, maybe you can help me here so I can keep talking while you put the 5 gold dots up there. And then I'm not going to make a speech, obviously, for Eric, but I am going to place his red, green, and blue dots. Okay. So, and then I think we decided that we're going to that it's going to be Pam, Robin, Hillary, and then Margie. That'll be order.
Not do our silver priority, is that right?
Yeah, that's right.
Okay, I just want to be
Think of silver more as money or resources, right? So there's no theme attached to them. You can think of these with the
But we
themes.
wouldn't put a blue and a silver, right?
You can do whatever, you can, like I said, you can double up.
Okay.
So that's all up to you. So, let's see. Of course, I didn't explain it properly to Eric, so let me see if I can. Gold is yes, I. Red, see, he is putting red next to the CERT program.
Dessert.
Certainly makes sense.
And then green is he's putting the vet park enhancement. And blue, he is putting on the garden club. And then I'll do his silver when it's time to do silver. So I have his silvers here too, which I think makes sense to me. Okay, so that gets the ball rolling, and Councilmember Reed, the floor is yours.
Well, I'm one of the few people that likes essay questions and not multiple choice, because it's too restrictive. One of the things that I see in this chart is that there are several things that could be lumped together. Like, why isn't there just a climate action sustainability proposal or whatever policy, so that I don't have to put my dot on just one of those things, because it just seems like, and then the other thing is the REACH code, the single-use plastic, and the artificial turf, also similar projects that fit in the same category. I just feel like I would like all of those to happen as a climate or green initiative. So I think it's hard for me to choose any one of those. I just want to have some green initiatives happening. So I don't know.
I would just, as an option, which again, I'm trying not to interrupt, but I think we do have the local climate action plan. So remember, you can move into this area. So if you say, I don't want to pick all those, I want more of a plan that deals with all of that, then I would tell you, you can put your green dot next to the look.
But
So that's up to you.
But that's not for this year, because the county climate action plan is gonna take a year to develop.
Well, that's a
and
good
then
point.
we'll do ours, so that's like next year. But, okay,
I
so
just-
maybe maybe the way to overcome that is to go back to the wherever we have emergency prep education and outreach, and just augment that to say sustainability, so that we're targeting all of those things, which actually they all overlap. Safety and climate resilience is part of that preparedness piece. So maybe that's where I want to have my green dot, because I want it to be more of a integrated part of what we plan for. And these are the specific things that I would like to see. I don't know. Do we have a solution for my issues?
I have a thought on this, because I feel like if everyone says my green dot goes to all the climate things, my red dot goes to all the safety things, that we're not going to end up with kind of clear enough thought process for the staff. So I think maybe we could hear you that you're interested in all of those things,
Right.
and we've taken that down as a note, but then ask you to actually put the green dot on one line.
Okay.
Even though you're not comfortable doing that, and it doesn't mean that's the only thing you care about, at least it's the place where you feel like you have to put it, and then that's going to help us have the chart make sense overall.
Okay. Well, but it won't make sense in my mind. That's the problem. So, well.
Yeah, I mean, I thank you for facilitating. I mean, I guess here's what I would say to y'all. The more specific you are, the easier it is for us to bring back a budget item.
Right. Okay. Okay, then I'll go with this, the microgrid idea. And then the blue dot. Is that right?
Yeah, that's great.
Oh, okay.
Let's just go over it.
Thank you.
Okay, the blue dot is for health, right? And I feel like this idea of the dog park run fits in with that. It's a pedestrian friendly, it's a walk around town kind of to get there for us people in Noyo. But I think it's an important part of a healthy community, and it's also a safety issue, because people who walk their dogs make sure that we look like we live here.
But you're saying all of the above, right? Because you're putting it on the line. So you also agree with off-leash dog hours, parks?
Absolutely.
Okay.
Yeah. I think it should be more than an hour, but I'll take an hour to start.
No, it's an hour after sunrise and an hour before sunset.
2 hours.
Right.
Wait,
Right.
but.
Right.
You can shape that, by the
cast in
way.
stone, right?
No, of course. Yeah, of course. Yeah.
So, right,
I'm giving an example.
okay, just want to be sure.
Yeah. We would bring that back. If that elevates, we'll bring that back and you can talk about there.
Yeah.
I can't have 5 hours.
Okay, and the other one, my red dot for safety, I think we've already started our emergency preparedness, and we've participated in the COAD preparedness for the neighborhoods. And I think the CERT training is the next logical step, and it will reinforce all the things we've already done. So I feel like that's important.
Brevity and your explanation.
Do a quick battery check on the recording, and then
For me, safety, something I'd like to explore more and understand more, but vote for, is the microgrid. I think if we're going to be resilient as a community, whether we're looking at flood or power outage, just we need to have power to keep our residents. So there you are with the red dot. Health to me, it is also health for bodies, our wellness, but our community. And something that I think keeps things lively and interesting are the pop-up activations, because whether that's includes a Blue Zone cooking instruction, a bonsai trimming lesson, a retail pop-up, a qigong. I think if we look at the pop-up activations, we can include a lot of things. So for me, my health goes there. Lastly, for green. Note. Green, had it for climate. With council member Reeves on that one, there's a lot that falls under green. But if we are going to be a community that leads by example, I know it's hard to have our businesses fall in line, but I would like to look at single-use carryouts and plastics and educate our visitors as well as our residents.
Vice Mayor.
Oh, I thought we were going in order, sorry,
We are.
yes, we are. So green, I definitely go with the single-use plastics. And I do want to say, I'm in general for green. I have some thoughts. I'm not a particular favor of the artificial turf ban for private homeowners. I feel like this is just my personal view, but I might as well share it because we rarely get to. There's a limit to how much I can reasonably put my ideas about environmentalism on private homeowners. And that's just a bridge too far for me. So the carryout plastics to me make a huge amount of sense because we are a food community, relatively easy to be done, and hopefully not a huge. I also don't like to too much impose on the business community, but I feel like that's a reasonable thing to impose on the business community. Yountville talks about wanting to be in the forefront. I think this microgrid, if I can find it, is just a long-term, but really a stellar idea. And I don't know if I could find it here.
It's there with the red dot, up there.
Sorry, I don't.
More microgrid. There's a green and a red dot.
I get
Green and red.
a little nervous when I stand up here. You know, here's a chance where we could really make use of the fact that we are such a small community. You know, 1 mile, resilience. Wouldn't that be nice to not have to worry about your health equipment and your AC if it went down? Yeah, so I just think it's long term, but what a smart idea. I would also give the pop-up activation here. I probably will come back with a silver dot for that. And I really like that. And the reason I like it is that we could get a little diversity of people involved and smaller businesses. And I would actually think the town, I know people say you can't give away public funds, but I read a lot about how San Francisco gives out money to put art installations in old building. You know, we have some latitude. And so we could perhaps give somebody a little seed money to get going. And then the other thing I think we'd have to look at is we make doing anything here in our town really tough because we have a lot of permitting. I think you need $1 million of liability coverage to be on town. You know, no pop-up is going to be able to do that. So we would need to do some of that. But I think that's a really great idea. So I think those are all my dots.
Okay, I still have a tie in my mind, so I haven't even decided on one of my dots. So I'll go with the ones that I have made a decision on. So I'm gonna place my red on the most sexy thing we have here, infrastructure. Now, infrastructure, I've been pushing this for a long time. That's why we're at 79. I know that, people think we have good roads, but as I kind of mentioned during the initial comments, there's a lot of value to increasing up to 80. There's going to be a lot more benefits. And with Measure T, that's a big MBTA initiative. If that passes, the first $80 million off of that is going to go, which I also agree with, down to a lot of improvements getting traffic through American Canyon, which means that we're going to have a lot less money for our streets and roads. So that's going to have to come out of the general fund. So I am putting my red dot on our paving index because I believe that we have great infrastructure. Everything else flows from that. So, and I am also going to give my blue dot, because I think this is related to health and safety, also to the microgrid. I think we're getting a lot of dots. This could be a coincidence. We just had our yet another power outage today. And just so people know, if we have one of these microgrids, we're still going to be subject, to a tree hitting a pole on 29. However, we'll have a system that'll kind of keep us going for a few hours. So you could run to Ranch Market and get some more ice, or you can do all sorts of things, make your phone calls before your computers go down and your cell phones go down. And I want to talk sometime about the AT&T landlines because I don't want that. People don't even know about that, but that's really the hot item I have right now. So I think that this is important. It's very interesting. It's got all three colors, so we all look at it differently, which also says a lot to me. Now, for what I'm struggling with, for my green dot. To make my speeches, and maybe I can convince myself during my speeches where it's going to go. So, for my green dot, I really think the bike pedestrian master plan. This gets us moving through town. It benefits our residents. It benefits our visitors. It's all about health and safety. It can be all sorts of colors. If this doesn't get a green dot, I think it's going to get a silver dot. So, and I also like the off-leash dog hours. This is a pilot. One thing we always do is I like to say yes to everything. Let's give our dogs a chance. Let's give our people a chance and see if they can manage their dogs. And it's a pilot. And the reason I'm not going to put the money for the fenced dog run, we have $300,000 budgeted. This is one of my things that if this doesn't work, this probably won't work either. And if the fenced dog run, $300,000, that's right up there with Margie's. Put this in a reserve budget someplace, or let's use it for one of these other big projects. So I think I'm going to go, even though I really, really like the off-leash hours, and I'm going to be very supportive of that, I am going to go with my green dot. It is going to go with the bike pedestrian master plan. We're all going to get moving through town, and it's all going to be good. Bikes won't be knocking people off the sidewalks, and there's going to be big enough paths for everyone to go, and all sorts. Here we go. Last minute decision.
Well, thank you, everyone. That worked out great. I guess, I don't know, Jim, I wanted to. The public doesn't get dots, but if you have thoughts, that would be a great time to share.
Yeah, no, that was it.
On the same wavelength, which I thought was really great. I thought that
One dot.
oh, I only had one dot.
No, I don't want to get into the.
I was really happy to see such unanimous support for single-use plastics. I think it's a really important thing, and it feels to me, it came up when we were discussing on the ZBRB the idea of banning gas stations, and I felt like that wasn't doing anything, and this really does something. So I think I also was saying to Kim, I think it's really cool to have something like that that we do as a town that then has really good fingers out into the community because so many people come here to visit. They see that happening here and they take it home.
I want to add water to that somehow.
And I just want to make one, can I make one comment on that? Sure. I see we've got a couple dots there, and I'm not opposed to that, but I keep going up to a higher level. I spent 13 years on the Cal City's Environmental Quality Committee. We spent 7 years really talking about SB 54. I'm people understand all those things, so I spent a lot of time on it. SB 54 is going to be, it's going to blow these single-use plastic in Yountville, my opinion, out of the water. This is something where anything that comes into the state of California has to be recyclable or easily disposable, or we're basically banning all plastics. It's gonna take a couple years for all the producers of all these plastics to get their act together to redo all this, but I think something really big and better is coming instead of us doing a little thing that kind of makes us feel good. The really big thing is coming, and I just want to make sure that everyone is. You haven't looked up SB 54. Take a read. It's very inclusive.
Can you say the year that it starts?
The year.
Go ahead.
You know what year they roll it out?
Well, right now they're going to have, it's gonna really start rolling out in 27 because they're giving all the producers enough time. Anybody who comes into this state, they have to have something that's disposable, recyclable, or they can't have it. So, and then for full implementation before, you can no longer bring something in, is going to be fully inactive by, I think 2030. And I might not have these dates accurate, so it's gonna
We
be
can
a
look
ways
into it,
off.
send it
Yeah.
to you.
It's a lot of
Well,
plastic.
I just want to say, there are some fine points to that law, and not to, just to amplify a little bit, it is a labeling law. In the sense that everybody has to label appropriately and make sure that their product, but ultimately, we all know that there's a limit to how much stuff actually gets recycled effectively. So I think by banning single use, in other words, we could go farther. That law has its limitations. It's a great law, but it's mostly about labeling and making sure that the product is labeled appropriately, at least as I understand. So all I'm trying to say is, I think we might want. That's all I.
Well, it will ban single-use plastic. Those will be the very first one. There's a short list, and those are.
Totally banned?
Oh, yeah, no, you cannot bring them in.
Totally banned.
That you cannot bring them in. That makes a ban. Yeah.
All right. So more to come. I mean, the fact it's already got 2 dots means we're going to keep the conversation going. So we'll provide more information. So I think we were just chatting just really briefly. I think we have a couple options here because we do have some time. So we could either repeat what we just did with the silver dots if you would like to come up, say what you want to say before you place the dots, or you could kind of go down the row and sort of say what you want before you all come up and put up the dots. I'll tell you, at least in my mind, what the trade-off between those 2 options are. Sometimes when you come up and you place the 3 dots, then people are looking like more about filling gaps, right? Like, oh, well, I already put 2 there. I already 3 there, so I'm going to change this. So it's 2 different ways to do the same thing, but sometimes it's better when you all do it together. Because then you can come back, and at the very end, I definitely want us to all look at it and kind of reflect, and I can at least share my input, get the community's input. But if you want to go through and do what we just did and come up, place your 3 silver dots, we can do it that way, or you can just kind of do a quick talk and then all come up and place them together. So does that make sense with the 2 options? We're planning on the second, but we have time for the first.
So if we did the second, which is all go up for dots and then sit down and then talk about it? Are they pressing stick dots? Because we might reconsider.
I don't like the idea of replacing dots, but we could always, again, all we're getting is guidance and feedback. So if you said, you know what, now that I see this, I've changed my mind, like I'll take a note, we'll take notes and we'll react accordingly. But I do think if you want to do what you just did, which you all were great, first of all, it was, you know, timed well. I mean, I'm just worried about time. And now that we have time, I'm like, you want to do that or you want to do it together? It's up to you. By a show of hands, who wants to do it where you all do it at once versus,
Maybe a little space for us all to get in there and try to really do it at once.
Same way,
Yeah, same way.
same way.
you want to go through the same process? You all good with that? I will start with Eric. Then you all can, yeah, and I think the other good thing I'll say as I'm looking at Eric's, you know, and I think, you know, for those of you that weren't here when we did the handbook, you know, one of the things I've seen with effective councils, you know, and it actually says this in Rosenberg's, by the way, is that, you know, sort of the mayor waits to go last. And I think there's this opportunity then for you all to kind of make your case as you're deliberating from the dais and hopefully influence each other. And there's a kind of a, I don't know, an art to that to some degree, right? I mean, are you laughing because I said something funny? Okay. But I think, anyway, I think there's always kind of this idea of, you know, I'll use the word respect, but it's also kind of how these decisions get made, right? And I think, you know, being open-minded, all those ground rules that Jim went through are important every time we have a meeting. So, okay, Eric is putting his silver dots at the bike ped master plan and the class, he says the class 4 bike paths. So he's trying to double dip with both Madison and the vet's home, I think.
Should I put that one under class 4 bikeway?
Yeah, I think he actually says he wants the silver at the West Highway 29 J-Loo. So I think that's probably his version of the, knowing him, the vet's home connection. So I would put it there, the bike ped master plan, and the class 4 on Madison. So he's all about the bikes. That makes sense?
Yep, I got everything but Madison.
That's actually over here. So he went across
Okay.
onto the to do.
Okay.
Let me just make sure. Hold on.
Where's the Madison one? Is it the?
It's in the to do because I think it's something we're already working on with the county. But truthfully, we're not sure if we have the fund. We don't know what we're doing, so we don't know if we have the funding or not. We have some funding set aside for that. Actually, I think he's saying, okay, I'm sorry. Now we get to test if they restay. He's saying the Madison Bike Connection because he's supporting the bike master plan. And then he's saying incentive for long-term rentals.
Okay.
Yeah, we could just. So, by the way, they don't unstick for the record. So did that make sense? He's supporting the bike master plan because he likes the idea of the 2 bike lanes. And then he is supporting the general idea of the West Highway Joint Land Use Study, and then the incentives for long-term rentals. Those are his 3. So, are you ready to go, Pam? Tell another joke to Steve, you can.
So, I have to agree with, Margie and Eric about the bike master plan, bike pedestrian master plan, and I think it could incorporate a lot of things, including up to the veterans home and all of the things that maybe we can do when the Vine Trail gets reconnected. And I think it should incorporate all of that stuff because we want to really cohesive plan. The other. Did I already put something on the microgrid? I probably did.
Yeah.
Oh, I meant that to be a silver one, but anyway.
Still for silver, but
Um, my other one,
the silver means highest priority.
right. I think also I want to put a silver on incentive for long-term rentals, and I think this could incorporate what we talk about for ADUs, and also at a maybe a cursory look at a tax for second homes, because it all really falls into the same trying to get more full-time residents in town. I really feel like that's something we hear from residents all the time, is how can we be more of a community of actual residents? So I think that's important. And oh, I think I'm gonna put this other one on review and revise conditional use permits. Because I think that would also involve a little bit of research about how to jumpstart and support our businesses in town, including home occupations, which I think are one of the things that might get us some local serving businesses, and also support residents who live here and work here. So I'm expanding the scope of that, but I think they all go together as a package. So those are my.
Getting you one of those bumper stickers that says everything's connected.
I was hearing that song blurred one day. I like how you blur your lines. Even worse. So, I also want to place value and incentivizing the empty homes that we have here to be filled with residents who will contribute to our community. I also like this idea, and I want to add golf carts, please. That's self-serving, probably. Oh, that last silver dot, you guys gave me things to think of. But I think we're going to go to, yeah, this one, in California Drive. Class 4.
That's the microgrid.
I'm upside down. Maybe if I do it quick enough with a little fingernail action. It's coming.
Got it.
Question is, will it restick?
We
Sorry.
got more silver.
Get a new one.
No,
We got, we could.
I'm up.
We get it off.
Isn't it this one? Oh. Thank you. No, it's wrinkled. It kind of has its own little look to it.
Right. Surprisingly, I'm going to put 2 dots on the dog park, and I'm a little unsure
I was counting on you doing that.
why you guys haven't done that, but that's okay. I just want to remind everybody that it's in the rec master plan, and 30% of the people who filled out their rec survey said dog park. And then people who wrote in on the most recent survey said dog park. And actually, you guys won't believe it because you're so tired of hearing from me. This is scaled down to from what I envisioned. I envisioned a real dog park, and I'll just speak from my own experience. I was recently in Reno where, as part of a redevelopment, they built this beautiful dog park right next to this hotel by these condos. I went out there with my dog. I met some people who were staying at the hotel. They said, "Oh, we come here just to this hotel because we like the dog park." The residents in the condos were talking to me. They come there every night. They hang out with their dogs. I think the dog run will do it because we have some tables and people can hang out. But I know there's been controversy, but I have to say, both personally and also what the community wants, a lot of people really want a dog park. So I'm just putting, I know you guys are tired of hearing me say that, but I think it's good for the health of the community. I think a lot of the vets, when I walk up there and go past the top with my dogs, I can't tell you how many people come over and talk to me. Vets. Oh, I used to have a dog. Love dogs. So for health and a bunch of reasons, I really think the dog park's important. But I can live with the dog run, and I think the off leash hours. I thank Brad. He's been really good about listening to that, and also that's, I think, a very creative solution. So I appreciate that. And then the other one that I wanted to do is the ADU. I really think we need to focus on ADUs, and I think our poor planning department, they have a lot on their plate. And oddly enough, this is a really complicated issue, but I think it could really help the community because I think we could get some housing if more people could build ADUs. I think they will rent them out. I think it could help for workforce housing. My daughter and son-in-law, every year they work up at Chapelet. They're looking at places for interns for 3 months to work at the winery during harvest. I just think it could do a lot. But I think putting together first of all, I think we need really good FAQs on our website, which I think is going to take a little bit of time. We don't really have that right now. It's kind of a complicated issue. I'd like to see a one-day seminar where people could come and hear about building ADUs. I'd like to think about perhaps some sort of grants to cover planning costs for ADUs. Although I know we can't give out public money, I think we can certainly fit within that. And I think it's going to take a little more work and time, and there are a lot of experts out there. So I guess I'm putting my dot there because I think we could use some consulting expertise on that because that's kind of a special project. And so that's my 2 cents. Just the other thing on the ADUs, I think it could both bring in new people and help existing residents. People who have homes, who've been here a long time. It's a way of creating some income for them, or they live in the ADU and their kids could live in the house. And then finally, I'll just say, there is a lot of statistics coming out now that the ADUs are moving the needle a little bit on housing in California. So not a lot, but it is moving the needle, which I'm a big proponent of. So that's my dots.
Okay, I started this trend, I'm gonna finish it. Ford Silver for the bike pedestrian master plan. I think this is kind of says it all right here. I don't even have to go any further. So, I'm also going to, give the microgrid its first silver dot to go with, every other colored dot. So this one is the only one I see that has been awarded every single color except for gold. So I think that must mean something we haven't factored in right now. And the reason I'm going for explore the microgrid, I know we've gone through this really great exercise, but I keep coming back, and I've done this for many, many years. What is really valuable, useful, or something for the whole town? I think this goes to that. I can't even imagine somebody would be opposed to us exploring a microgrid. And that's one reason the dog parks are not gonna probably get my last silver dot. I think that we've got adamant pros and we have adamant cons. We're just gonna have to kind of see with all these dots kind of where that goes, but it's not something that I think I can say that this is something everybody in Yountville would support. Now, I do think also I am going to, this paving index. It's gonna get my last silver dot because it's, like we kind of talked about earlier. All of a sudden you start dropping off core services and then you're gonna hear about it. When, we don't have as much Measure T money coming in, we probably are going to in the future have more constrained general fund money that we're gonna say, cause we've never, and to put that general fund money into streets that we really haven't done before. And you start seeing potholes, you're gonna hear about it. You people are gonna be sending you car repair bills. Never had a pothole before, so it's getting my last silver dot because it also benefits all of Yountville.
All right, well, here's to the dot. I will say, I don't know about you, Jim, that's the best dot exercise I've ever been through. It's usually, yeah, longer and more chaotic. So that's congrats to all of you, seriously. I mean, and I think to the staff, I mean, we've worked hard.
Because like before, at least last year, you just put dots up and I think hearing what your thoughts are.
Yeah. I think a few of you had asked that, and I've seen it in so many different forms. Like I'm now feeling like when I get like Jim, I'm going to be the master of the dot exercise or something. I feel like anyway. So thanks to the staff because the other thing which I saw and I was listening to your words, it's like words like explore or things like pilots really kind of give you safety on some level to say, hey, we want to do this. Still not sure what it is, but we need to move forward. And I also think one of the things with councils, at least I've witnessed, is that a lot of times, some of this stuff, will unlikely be finished in your term of office, right? It takes a long time in a lot of cases. And so to be able to have that vision and also just, I don't know, not have that personal political reason to place the dots to me is refreshing. So it's like, hey, we know this is best for the community. It may take 5 years, it may take 10 years, but I think that if we're able to accomplish all the things that have the dots on this, within a 10-year window, I mean, this town only goes to the next level. So those are my just quick observations. And Jim,
So what we have coming up next is we are gonna kind of break this down a little bit and talk about this in a little bit of detail. It's 3:05 or so, and we're planning on being about 3:00 this time, so we're right on schedule.
4. We're planning on being at 3.
3 at this moment in time.
Yes.
Finish by 4. So we've got plenty of time. We thought if you'd like, we could take a little break right now and then come back and kind of break this down a little bit more and do a wrap up at that point. Does that work? Let's do that.
Excellent.
Okay.
Any surprise dots?
If silver dots show up, they kind of do. Yeah. Get close maybe too. Yeah, they do. Because then you can get the, okay. I zoom you. But show up? Yeah, that's okay. Good. Interesting. Good exercise. I just know how we can incentivize. Right. And I can't see. Adding up. But I will. Like, just have. Vote people, right? That's the voting here. Oh, right, and charge them on the taxes. Yes. State complicated, first right off the bat, and causes 2.3. Right. And if something else. Right. Yes. Yes. Please. Great. So it's, I can't find stuff. But really offended by somebody's, like, they're told vacant is because a lot of people don't have. They have, that don't buy stock for buying, they go up. It's a financial. Yeah, it's such a sensitive topic to the series. I was the second one for 1 year, and then I just. But, you know, there's a young family.
That's what.
No, there's, but then there's. Door. I just don't see, if maybe we're just gonna have to get. Maybe something, who knows, I just didn't want to waste a dog with something, yeah, it's just like, you know, plus I, St. Lena's putting something on. Discussing it is going to be a sales trend. Maybe. Then you have to for long that they get $3 million. Maybe people say them. They're really, yeah, so this everybody. And it's like. Excited about the set. Like, it just seems blue. Yeah, so, anyway, so you might know this. They did the. Well, they cut the thought. So they filmed it, they filmed it. All in there. It's just like disadvantaged communities, everyone get up for it. And then. It might be. We don't have any. Yeah, so I know why. I just probably even have this legislative thing. You do this, it would. Why is it state? You're all before you, that's on anyway, so that's why I had to make it for them. I mean, you had to work. All one. Okay, oh, yeah, no matter where you put it.
Shut down a lot of things.
I've been through some staff. Then anyway. This and that is spread out, you know. I got lots. What do you got this and that and. One ear, like fair to everything. Little bit. I hold and I say, roll, I'm going to get a puppy, I'm going to have two, and I realized they kind of believe that. I go. Oh, somebody. Anyway, and then somebody else comes along.
Yeah, it's not actually fun.
But it's not a bridge. Yeah. Problem is, you know. It over it. 16 years. I wanted to wait. But phone running really. Yeah. Some people they do it for money. Yeah, no, that's how I felt. I did. So I had a friend who was 10, so 15, and he has to, you know, then I watch all these, then I watch it.
Can you?
Can you just?
Question?
Yes.
Right now.
Districts, that's a little different. So let's say that Old Town wants. They would do,
Yeah.
say, okay, we're on.
Other councils. Yeah.
So, yeah, so, but too many times. So, but I think we're all sort of, it's not just. I think that's like, I'm reading.
Ma'am, did we give you permission to take a picture of those dots?
Yeah. There's a lot.
My first morning.
That, how they look there. No, I'm good, thank you then.
Next team I'll have the afterthought.
Understanding district.
But that's something I'm concerned about. I saw the council on the way, and it's already on. All kinds of like. And.
I would die.
Yep.
So there's still on.
Yeah, it is.
I know, now it's like stuff. Back.
The water level is right down.
Okay, you know, you look at these things.
Sir.
Yeah.
Okay.
Oh, yeah, no.
Last year, we
Like,
went.
what, and you should speak with something a little explain, they really, I don't think. But I don't expect everybody to.
We have a HR. Our measure. Yeah, you can't do that. Yeah.
Then.
Yeah. Well, see, I live in here, I was just lucky when they built that thing. It's just like, you know.
But so, what is it? It's called Popper Creek?
One that leaves.
Okay, so all of it is working.
I know.
Just early.
Now. Especially days that we need.
Conference.
It's all around so. So it doesn't mean that.
Right in our paper.
Ready?
Thank you. Come back together. You don't have to count to 4.
You only have to count.
Okay, so in this last bit of time that we have before we wrap up, we just want to kind of reflect on what happened during that dot exercise. A few comments that I wanted to lead off with is that just how, I don't know, impressive or amazing that there's 5 gold dots right here on the site. I know it's happened before. The last time you went through this exercise, you all had them there. But I just want to call out, I guess, how unique that is. Like if you went to 480 cities in California and asked them if their council all agreed on what their top goal is, 20 would or something like that, like some small number would, every single person would agree on what it is. And it's not only that, but it's not like it's a big category like climate change or something. It's a very specific thing that you're all going to be able to be very directly involved in making happen and make a big change in the community. So it's just something to be really proud of, I think, to have that here. And then I think, I won't go through all these because I don't want you to do that. But the other thing I think was interesting is just the different colors on something like Explore Microgrid, where it's touching the green climate, it's got red safety, it's got blue, it's got a silver. So there's certainly some crossover things here where it hits multiple of these goals. So the first question I had for you is just, how do you feel about where they landed? Is this kind of what you expected? And any surprises or anything that you'd like to comment about this? We'll start over there.
I can agree with every dot that's on there. It's just that it might not be my priority level, but I do agree that all of those things are important to the town. So it's not like I would disagree with anyone because I think all of them are worthy things to pursue. I just wish I had more silver dots, but but I also think that the 5 gold dots represent quite a lot of potential for the town. And because that particular site, if we were to be able to acquire it, gets index housing and community resources and parks and rec, and there's just everything reflected in that one parcel that makes it the reason why it has 5 gold dots. So that's just my impression of the distribution of dots.
I agree, and given we're a town that is built out, there is so much writing on that site, and it would give us so much flexibility with a lot of the initiatives that we all want to see happen. So it might be unique, but I don't know how often you get the opportunity to work in a town where it's like, okay, where can we just unearth this new fresh plot of land? So, I'm happy to see where there's, some trends as far as things that were popular. I do feel, being a dog owner, I feel bad that I got a little panicked with my 3rd silver dot, and I think Margie's idea, our mayor's idea,
No, Margie's.
okay, yeah, this room, for testing the waters with the off leash is true, and let's see how everybody gets along, because I think that's sticking our toe in the water and appeasing. We do have so many people that want a dog park, and as a dog owner, my dog can barely walk, so it's a hard fetch. But I am proud of where we came together and how we communicated, and last thought is, I also appreciate that Margie underscored the importance of the pavement index knowing more about funding from Measure T, because people in the community definitely take pride in our beautiful street. As do I.
Yeah, I am delighted that we all agree about the yes site. Yeah, it's a good thing because should it come to fruition, it will require a lot of participation by all of us. Particularly, I want that we will, should it come to fruition, we'll be able to really improve the process. But it will hit a lot of things in terms of housing, recreation, health, and safety. So all those things are good. It's nice we all tend to agree on so many things. And I pretty much also, like Pam said, pretty much agree with everything that's on that chart, with maybe the exception of the second home tax. I just recall how many people have told me I moved to Yacht Row when it was my second home, and now I'm here all the time. I mean, they live here now. So that's just something to keep in mind. Plus, I don't know, it's just, right. I think that gets into, we don't need the money. That's so it's not I think Oakland and some of the other places that did it in San Francisco was a matter of and I just don't know. I think really wealthy people will just pay the tax. Just build a $3 million house in Yountville. It's another $1,000. So I just say that so that people kind of know where I'm coming from. But everything else I think is really important. And if I had another dot, I would have also put it on the pedestrian bike.
Here.
Yeah.
Yeah. That kind of lot of it.
Okay, so if I was the Yountville Sun, and I was gonna write an article, I'd make a big deal out of 5 gold dots. So in my opinion, each gold dot's worth like 50 points. Silver dots, they only get like 5 points. So this is really a big deal about what all of us today have really kind of talked about. This yes site, it is the big future of Yountville. And it's, we're all, ready, and it's just I talked about in our 10-year vision, and we will have it. 10 years, this is going to be a big reality. So anyway, if I was the Yountville Sun, I'd be saying stuff like that.
Do you like being
You don't have to quote me. I'm speaking for the council here because we've got 5 gold dots up here. So even with an absentee council member, so that's pretty impressive. So with that, I just wanted to comment. I don't think there was any silver dots for a tax. There's 3 silver dots for incentives for long-term rentals. There's no doubt I would like to solve that tomorrow. I'm certainly not the brightest mind in the room, but boy, it's mind-boggling. I just can't even figure out how you even go about that in a meaningful way. So if somebody can come up with something, so it's strong desire. Is it at all? Can it be accomplished at all? I just can't see it. So anyway, I wish everybody the best of luck that it does have 3 silver dots there. So this is kind of my thoughts.
Yeah, I think I agree. It's a much bigger problem, but one simple solution that was floated at a council meeting, which I think is really pretty easy to implement, is the idea of long-term rentals not being subject to our rental registration and monitoring program, right? So if you demonstrate a year or longer lease, then you don't have to pay the $100. I mean, I know that's not a big deal, but I think the monitoring, I think it does take something off. So, but if you do a month to month, or obviously, we do a lot of compliance on the vacation rental stuff. But I think encouraging landlords by saying there's less regulations is a way.
$90. I just can't see.
No, that's why I started out. It's not the solution.
I don't want to, really.
It's not a solution, but if there's other solutions as we start to.
I wish there wasn't a big solution versus.
Yeah, no, I think that's a step in the right direction, but it's, I think it's a gesture. I'll use that term. I know that term's loaded sometimes, but it's more than that. I mean, it does at least tell landlords that I know that sort of look at short-term versus long-term and try to, determine what the best yield is, if you will, or the best return.
truthfully, I think that this town, again, has done a great job with vacation rentals. And I don't see a lot of people, even though I know there's always, people are out there scheming, trust me. I mean, it always is out there. But I think if you just make that gesture to the community, to say, hey, this is what we're doing, so therefore it's less compliance or less regulation, that's something. I'm not saying that's gonna solve
Well,
the problem.
I'm not saying, it wasn't Silver Dot worthy for me, because I just couldn't see the value for my Silver Dot. But I wish us all really well. I really hope there's little incremental things turn into something big, because I know it's important to all of us. So I think it's a big problem to solve. I hope we can make it a little.
Are your things all up since you wanted, I didn't see the order that you put up here.
I just really quickly would say, for me, that was also inclusive of houses that have been sitting empty, neglected for some time, for whatever reason. I think we start with conversations with the homeowners to ask what their thoughts are, and if there's any way we could persuade them to add their house to our rental inventory. I mean, you find out what their hurdles are, what their thoughts are, and to see where we can move that needle, rather than just have a house sitting there empty that's not really a second home. Just sitting there because for whatever reason, their plans changed, their interests changed.
I think again, as policymakers, we kind of glean from other groups. I think I've also obviously listened to the community. But I would also tell you those conversations sometimes are hard, right? Because it goes back to it's the classic Reagan line, right? It's the scariest words you've ever heard. I'm here for the government. I'm here to help. So like people hear that, and you need to, on some level, create that culture of understanding that this is something that the town. But I think those things can gain momentum. If people see the return, right, and they say, okay, I don't have to worry about all this inspections and compliance. Therefore, I might be willing to do that because they want the exact opposite. They want government out of their life, right? So, again, I think as you look at policy solutions, we always talk about communication, education as solutions. We can get better at that if we have better policies. And then that's where I think, again, momentum can be built.
Councilmember Reed?
Oh, sorry, I didn't see the order.
I was just gonna ask, how many short-term rental permits do we have, just in round terms? I have no sense.
We have 0 in the sense that we have no what I call short term is 30 days or less.
Oh, we don't have.
We require over 30 days. And then the rental, anyone that rents a house in Yountville is required to register.
I think
Okay,
it's
so
like
we don't have.
280, maybe.
Yeah.
Quite a few.
Yeah.
Okay.
But this is everyone, like, including the house I rent, right? I'm subject to that, or my landlord is.
So there are no short-term rentals.
Yeah.
They're legal and not.
Okay, thank you. I did not know that.
Can we maybe?
But a lot of
Yep.
houses are.
Yeah, let's
rented
questions
for
from the
30
crowd.
days.
Yeah.
So same question to the audience is kind of, how do you feel about this? Anything surprise you? Any comments you'd like to make?
For each individual council member. Like Samantha said, I thought that was really eye-opening and very helpful in terms of like looking at priorities. I was really surprised how aligned we all were today, and I think it Brad has done with the council from when he started to today. I think we're much more aligned than we were a year ago, and I think that's really impressive, and I think it speaks to the growth of the individual. So, it was really nice to see that Brad was here to.
An interesting exercise. I do feel visioning exercise. I'll let that. I think there are some very important things, both near term, like a dog park, and growing that constituency above. But microgrid. Same thing, I didn't see there's been talk of a water storage, down water storage. This way, rather than future, because infrastructure, whether it's road. That's essential for resiliency.
The water tank's on our CIP plan already.
Okay, but how far out?
It's awaiting, some grants. They each cost $5 million. We'd like to.
No big surprises, which is both a good thing and a bad thing. I would have loved to have had a little bit more input on what the initiatives that we were gonna talk about might be. I realize that there are other ways that I can have input, but it feels finite managed a little bit, but, I agree with both of the points that were made before me. I think it's a great process. It's nice to see the alignment. I feel like as a council, you guys are gelling, which is yeah, just I'm a talker. I would love to have more like free conversation, but I understand that becomes difficult.
We've been here for 6 hours. Last but not least.
Just like for me, really, but, exactly, then comments, but, no, I agree too, that it's nice to see you guys align with. Then yes, property is pretty easy one to get. It'll be, to me, it's gonna be interesting. What I'm a dog girl. I'm glad to see there's. And, my questions come down to the other things on your list that you didn't get to put. Obviously, just don't get handled. I mean, they'll be there and like I say, sometimes financing changes, right? So maybe something gets accomplished that wasn't necessarily a priority, but so they kind of remain on the list, right? But you guys are doing good. Great job.
And just to that point, I talked to a previous public member during one of the breaks about one of the items, the undergrounding district. And I said, that doesn't mean it's off the list and the council's never gonna talk about it. It's grassroots movements. Want something like that? Come talk to our town manager, get an idea of what that means, and maybe there's a grassroots initiative that can make that happen. So things can come up from the bottom up. We're kind of talking about from the top down today, so lots of different ways.
It's an interesting point when you do a remodel in town and you have to support the future of undergrounding. It feels like you've already done something. You've already contributed to the future undergrounding. Then what?
Well, but over the years, we've gotten very little done because there really hasn't been enough projects that
Okay.
really warranted that. So it's.
Yeah, on that subject, it's a complicated subject, Jamie, I'm sure you dealt with it. We get certain allotment through PG&E, but that allotment has now been redirected to the high fiber zone. So we're really not gonna get anything, I think, for the next 10 years or something. I heard John, I mean.
We don't have a $190,000.
Yeah, so we do accept in lieu fees and that can sort of build up over time. But it becomes a challenge because what makes not a lot of sense is to add a bunch of, cost to housing by doing something like this, where it's just, so you try to gather enough funding where you can do a stretch where it makes a noticeable difference. So there is ways to pair in lieu fees with assessments. If a neighborhood or an area that's defined decides, hey, this is a priority for us, we can walk you through, but the money that has already been put on deposit can be put to use, but it's very hard because it's very expensive. And I think the other issue that you always deal with is the timing because PG&E needs to be approving it, be involved in it. Sometimes that takes 2 years. So it gets really frustrating to align these things so that if you're trying to do it as part of a project, you're not slowing the project down because that's probably been involved where you're losing 6 months to 12 months because you're sticking around waiting for the utility to show up.
Right, and they can't just send one person.
Of course, of course. So I think, yeah. So anyway, that there is some solutions, but they're complicated. And I do think that that's something that we can hopefully talk about. I'm also, one of the things actually Gene Bonander was sort of an expert in, which she and I talked about a lot, was utility undergrounding and street lights. And so she was connecting me with Tiburon and actually Belvedere, where Irene came from. So I'm definitely trying to, do homework. And if you hear of other towns that have programs that are, moving the needle on that, I mean, clearly everyone, well, I guess almost everyone likes it. I've heard some people don't want it because I think there's an issue with sidewalks in certain areas, because when you bury the line, sometimes you have to build a sidewalk. And that's a whole other conversation, but it's a complicated issue, I guess, is the point. And we'll keep doing our homework and see what can be accomplished.
We have one more person in the back. Any comments or?
No. And core values, and I'd just like to share that I usually thought of core values and being more things like as I read like a shout out to the building blocks that really make this town go. Because it looks to me like we have consider what you want, like a guiding when you come to the decision. That's the purpose of the you're going in a direction. You might consider things like social engagement or service. And last, I'd love to incentivize somehow because notice that we're really engaged with social. And there are 3 or 4 of us today. Ready in the civic. Yeah. You ask everybody to come.
Thank you. Simon,
That could be the ask, what is it, Irene, or the sun little piece. But no, I think that, first of all, we renamed key success factors, core values, and I definitely hear exactly what you said, because to me it's definitely not a correlation, but I think that's something we can give more thought to in terms of what the right term is. But we were trying to sort of turn that into our own, but with some limitations on how much we could change. But I totally understand, appreciate what you're saying, yeah.
But I do like that idea of social and civic engagement rather than engage residents, because it is an aspirational value. So maybe we can think about just changing the heading.
Yeah, I think we did that before, so I'm looking at Celia, but I think that's possible.
okay, I just have a couple quick little housekeeping things, and then I'm gonna turn it over to Brad for the wrap up. Just quickly on housekeeping for the staff that's here primarily. Is there anything here with this list that you have got questions about, or as you think about your own departments and your budget and implementing these things from a bigger picture standpoint? I'm thinking probably not, but just want to make sure, check in with staff that you understand and okay with this. And then my second housekeeping thing is kind of to Celia and Brad from a budget standpoint. Do you have any reservations or concerns about being able to build it into a budget, what you see?
I think the only thing which was sort of my surprise, and I think I was mentioning to someone that the timing is good, but the microgrid idea, I was sort of surprised to see that get so much traction, which is great. But as I think, John and I talked a little bit about it, there's a lot of programs out there, but you generally, it seems as though it's like, whether it's high risk fire or disadvantage, like we don't check some of the boxes, right? But the good timing is next week after our council meeting on Tuesday, I actually go to the city manager conference, which is in West Hollywood this year. And they have a little exhibit hall, and there's always these energy people there. That's like part of a little group of people, as you know. And so I can go and kind of explore that a little bit with them. and kind of see what's going on. Cause I haven't checked into that in a while, so I'll do some exploring, but I mean, I don't know, John, if you have any thoughts like how we would budget for that other than hiring a consultant to help us, but,
Yeah, the initial budget would be an estimate to hire. The CIP would just have it as Mike did. Yeah. Explore like.
Scoping.
Yes, have a look at it. Yeah, those are good words.
yeah.
Wait, what it is, I think of it as it being independent wise, what actual infrastructure wise does that mean?
Well, it's funny. I don't know who else I was telling, but I think I was telling you as you're walking out. But thanks for coming. See you.
Thank you.
The thing that I did previously, which we called a microgrid, but legally it wasn't, was we had two buildings side by side that were on separate meters and had separate panels. And in essence, we connected the panels because we did solar panel on both. So, we had two civic buildings side by side that were then able to share energy between the two. And all we did was connect the panels, and, we didn't need to get SDG&E in that case involved. So I've always looked at, here, Bardessono and Town Hall as a really good starting place, because Bardessono, is LEED, Platinum, all of that. And so if we were able to start small to figure out really what are the regulations, because it's obviously not a civic facility, but if there was a way for us to connect these three properties, but then you also need to integrate some form of power generation and storage.
Right.
So that becomes the cost piece of it. That's where I would start it, right? And then as we look at the redevelopment of the estate or whatever the plans are over there, and as we get more, sort of connected with the businesses or commercial, I do see a big advantage, if we can put this together.
Solar, basically.
Yeah, but we have geothermal sitting underneath us right now. I don't know if you knew that, but yeah. So there's different ways.
Well, that's how you store the energy, but
Yeah,
you gotta generate it.
but we do have whatever we have a pipe down to some hot steam here that helps us.
Response.
Cogeneration.
So I think again, I'll start to explore it at the conference and just start, because a lot of times, even though you want to get a consult, sometimes you want to back in with a contractor that builds these things so that you're kind of beginning with the end in mind and sort of working through a process that gets you there. So I did a big power purchase agreement thing where we did a lot of solar, and so that was, they call it an ESCO. I don't know if they still do those, but energy savings something. So you're able to utilize savings and leverage that to bond to do a capital project. So if there's ways, and I actually asked Whitney if there's ways for her to pull her businesses to see how much they're paying PG&E or MCE or whoever they're paying their utility bills to. If we had an order of magnitude where I could go to the conference and say, commercial corridor in Yountville is paying $1 million a year, that's a big number. And then you can come up with creative ways to finance projects if you can, save money and then you use that to, of course, do solar or whatever else. So that's, no, I'm actually pleasantly surprised that you all want to pursue that, because that's something I did a while ago, and I think I'll go in and, the problem is, of course, it's very competitive. So you have two or three, I feel like they're kind of always on you at the conference too. They always are aggressively trying to
Don't give them your car.
get you. Well, unfortunately, that's all done. It's all listed, and they all know you're coming, and so you're getting all these emails. Hey, come by my booth,
Yeah.
or come by this. But there's that, and then I think the other one for me, which I'm going to look at, Hillary, is like, how can we jumpstart a CERT program? Clearly, we can provide the training and get it going, but I think to do it the right way, having some incentives so that people are wanting to participate, and I don't know what those are, but I do know it's, once you get it rolling, like it kind of feeds itself. But that's another one I would tell you from a budgeting standpoint. And then I think the other thing, at least that's good, is as we look at local TID and think about things like pop-up activations and other, I don't know, what else was on here that could kind of fall into that list. I think there might be some other things where I can get my head around it on where does it fit from a funding source perspective. And if it doesn't fit anywhere else, then we can come back to you with some general fund options. and you can talk about it, in April and May. But I think there's a number of things that, yeah, and the bike ped master plan is exciting to me too. I think I'm glad everyone that got a lot of dots. That's pretty formulaic. I know there's a lot of consultants that do that type of work, but that's purely like a consultant coming in, who does that. It's usually a transportation engineer, so that'd be through John that would submit some proposals. We would probably do that in a more I don't know, formulaic way where we get a consultant, we go through a process, we pick one, and then they can, yeah, they know what they're doing. And this town, to me, is going to be easy. I mean, to be honest with you, it's just the grid is already pretty well established. There's definitely some things we can do to improve it, but it's not like, I don't know, we're trying to recreate something from scratch. And I think then they can aid us as we know what the Vine Trail's doing and how do we make the connections and how do we do that all. Because if you build a master plan, obviously the whole idea is, everything needs to be connected. And, ultimately you want to be able to get across town and through town, whether it's on a bike or peds or on a golf cart, So I think I think that's to me another kind of new sort of exciting thing that will take, depends on how much community outreach and engagement you do, but it'll take, 6 months to a year to create it. And then next year at this time, we'll be able to talk about projects. Like here are a few projects that came from a master plan. And then we can go through the same exercise where you're prioritizing projects rather than plan. So those would be budgeting things. See how you do? Anything stand out to you?
Same, pretty much. I was looking at, which fund department these things could be applicable to, which year. Some things will take some internal research and then an RFP process. So is it maybe in the second year that we have more of a project cost? And it's still very early in the budget process. It sounds pretty basic, but it's going to come down to capacity. So once we see what staffing, salary and benefits are going to cost and our services in the general fund that are ongoing that we need, like audit and things like that. Once we get those plugging those numbers, then we'll see how much can the general fund support these capital projects. And so it's exciting to actually think about what is possible. And once we get those numbers plugged, we'll have more information. Maybe in March, do like kind of more of an update precursor to the budget workshops to talk about these things.
Staff too, can I say so?
Of course, yeah.
So I feel like I'm sitting here trying to digest like the manageability of all of this, but then I see like that yes side is such a looming thing, right? And we really are uncertain of what that will become. And so just all of us going into it, you said this like eyes wide open, like they have to adjust as we move forward, even past the budget once that all kind of filters out just based on.
That's why we have gold stars.
Yeah.
That sends that message.
Right.
Well, and I,
Maybe the only thing we do.
Thing to have, I don't want you to call it a problem.
no, it's exciting, but it's also a little scary because you don't know. And I could have, but it's kind of, I don't know, running out of space. I mean, clearly it could have been a program too, because I think, probably what you're thinking about more than anything is if we build it, what are we going to do inside it? And then what does it cost staffing and what are we going to do?
Even getting to that.
Yeah. Yeah. So I think but yeah, I mean, the yes side is super exciting. Like, if we can get control of it and work with the community and as long as everyone's got eyes wide open in terms of, okay, I don't want to throw out things, but everything has a cost to it, and I think like, okay, let's be mindful of those trade-offs before we, sort of fill our plate and, overflow it so that we get nothing instead of like, okay, let's be really mindful of what those things are and how much they cost, both one-time and ongoing costs. That's always kind of the key to explaining it, because maybe we can finance the one time, but then all of a sudden we need whatever to run it and it becomes a problem. But for me, did you have any comment, or John, anything else? And I think, so, yeah. I mean, I'm excited about this list. I feel like it all takes management, and I'll take, Stephen's words to heart in that, I mean, there's always a conversation. You always want to talk longer, but I appreciate that you say that it was a well-managed conversation, because it does take a lot of, work to manage these types of conversations. And if it's just a free flow, then truthfully, you come out of these things going, okay, what are we going to do? Like, what, we'll all sit. I think tomorrow morning we meet at 9 a.m. as a group, and I think we'll be able to look at each other and, okay, we know what we get, our marching orders.
Well, in our workshops that we did leading up to this, were all part of that conversation too. So if you weren't able to listen to any part of those, you missed some of the precursor conversations that narrowed it down to
A long list.
a more finite list. Because you're right. This was like, okay, it was managed, and this is Brad told us we're gonna do this, but we served it up before this.
Yeah.
So,
Yeah.
it's part of it.
Yeah.
So, before Brad talks about just final next steps, because we're just about at 4, I just wanted to say thank you for allowing me to work with you today. I really enjoyed it. It's an amazing council and staff and community. And I feel like you got a lot done today, kind of going from those study sessions to here. And then it's pretty clear now where to go from here. So I feel like it was a really productive day. Just want to say thanks for allowing me to spend it with you. And Brad's got.
Well, I was going to thank you. I mean, really, I feel like I've said it all. I mean, I feel like I should be using, I'm sensitive because the mayor's a Chiefs fan, but I feel like, whoever would place Purdy or Mahomes, I don't even know who the backups are. Thankfully, they're both.
Sports things.
Super Bowl weekend. I gotta get a little thought.
I'm teasing.
Really in with Chiefs.
But I will end on a sports analogy. But first of all, thank you for coming in. Just my analogy, which I think I even answered, I think it was in an interview question when you were all talking to me, is like people always think of us as city managers as the quarterback or the coach or whatever we are. I think I told you all, like, I feel like I'm the center of the football team, so that I touch the ball on every play, but the staff, especially these people that are all dedicated, are the line, right? They're the ones, we're in the trenches every day, blocking and tackling and so forth. And I feel like I have to snap the ball to the mayor as the quarterback, but as the position players, as we call them, the scoring players, which is the council, like, you all need to score for this to be a successful team. So I think we're doing that, and I'll not use names because, again, I know she's a Chiefs fan, and I don't know, I'm trying to become a Niners fan, but in Super Bowl, I think this team is like, moving the ball. And I do feel like when you do things like this, like, you all can, score in your own way. And everyone scores differently. That's the other thing I like to say. Some people hand the ball to the ref. Some people do a dance. Some people, whatever they do, everyone is different, which is the beauty of, I guess, whatever you want to call inclusivity and diversity and all those words. And I think I've been, I guess, pleased, and I feel grateful to work with all 5 of them. Eric, get well. And then same goes for the, the other 5. So I feel like we have a strong team, and I'm just thankful, and I'm grateful this is over. It's been a long time coming. I'm Kelsey to the snap of one.
Okay, with that, I would like to get a motion to adjourn to our regular town council meeting on Tuesday, February the 6th at 3 p.m.
So moved.
I'll second that.
Now we have a motion by Reeves, a second by McKee Kent. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Unanimous. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Red light is off. Talk.
Well, are they?
Yeah.
It's the proverbial red light is on.
Yeah.
3:57.
I mean, oh, yeah. I was really
Looking for
it. Yeah.
So,
Oh, no.
It was-